children crying. No. If we hear the children dying, what about the children? What about the children crying?
Yeah, digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over crimes we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you. Keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie.
You want it, we got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it, we know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it, we got what you want.
Now break down. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right?
an orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing in this distance.
I know what I want. I know what I want.
They celebrate when it's time to go out.
Yes, it's Tuesday the 30th, June 0903 Central European Time. That makes it 0303 Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's up, America? What's up, EU? What's up, Africa? What's up, Middle East? What's up, Asia? What's up, everybody? What's up down there in the Aussies, New Zealand? What's going on in Greenland? What's happening, everybody? We got some good news. Now, I don't know how many people know who the hell this shyster is. And of course, we're having a lot of visits. That's a great sign. Some of these people need to just leave Earth fast, okay? And apparently, some are leaving Earth faster than others. You know, there has to be some get back, okay? It can't only be good people and little kids and women leaving Earth. It has to be some rotten assholes also that leave Earth fast too. And you just got to take your victories. You got to take your victories wherever you can get them. You know, like this might be, you don't know when this, when the good things end. You don't know when the world ends. You don't know when the last day is. There's no guarantee about any of that. There's no guarantee you're going to make it past one health illness. That's just not how it works. Some people don't have access to a doctor because other people with trillions of dollars think that's okay. Fuck it. Why should you have access to a doctor? I mean, what can you get out of a doctor? You're nobody anyway. You're just a little worker bee that's meant to work yourself to death. Oh, well, too bad. You know, yeah, so there's a lot of people going out like that. But then there's some people that are just so rotten, they actually do get to go to a doctor. And guess who's paying for it? The taxpayer. Guess who? You hear a lot about, you know, poor people scamming the system, overwhelming the system, the poor people, the able-bodied people that can't find a job, just scamming the system. Well, think about this. They're doing the same thing Clarence Thomas is doing, scamming the system. At best, I mean, at worst, at best, it's Clarence Thomas. I mean, at worst, and I mean, let's be honest. That's a bullshit statement that poor people are scamming the system. Fuck all of that. This is bullshit. Clarence Thomas is scamming the system because he's the one that get gifts and actually got taxpayers paying for his goddamn health care. Yes, the man went to the doctor, and guess who paid for it? You paid for it. And this man got a big... Now, let's break this down. Sorry, Malu. See you later. Can't do it anymore, man. Here we go. This is how...
Can we ask who you were meeting with today?
What'd you say?
Can we ask who you were meeting with this afternoon?
What'd you say?
Who were you meeting with this afternoon?
Oh, no.
He can't hear what she's saying. He can't hear her.
I guess so.
Justice Thomas, can we ask who you were meeting with today?
What'd you say?
Can we ask who you were meeting with this afternoon?
What'd you say?
Who were you meeting with this
Oh,
afternoon?
nobody.
You weren't meeting with the speaker, you were in the
Oh,
office.
God, no.
So what are you doing up here?
Oh, just walking.
No meetings in particular?
I'm going to tell you about.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day at the court, huh? Final day of decisions?
Oh, I guess so.
You want to give us a sneak peek of some of the decisions?
Nope.
But you can't tell us why you're up here today, who you're meeting with? Who are you meeting with, sir? Were you up here for any particular reason? No info on who you may have been meeting with?
No.
Anyone in House GOP leadership, that's who has offices in there. Any matters you were up here discussing? Any comment on today's decisions and the end of the Supreme Court term?
You have good questions.
And any comment on the end of the term?
You have good questions.
You want to answer any of them? Any
No.
comment at all? Justice Thomas, can we ask who you were meeting with today?
What'd you say?
Can we ask who you were meeting with this afternoon?
What'd you say?
Who were you meeting with this
Oh,
afternoon?
nobody.
You weren't meeting with the speaker, you were in the
Oh,
office.
God, no.
So what are you doing up here?
Oh, just walking.
No meetings in particular?
I'm going to tell you about.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day at the court, huh? Final day of decisions?
Oh, I guess so.
You want to give us a sneak peek of some of the decisions?
Nope.
But you can't tell us why you're up here today, who you're meeting with? Who are you meeting with, sir? Were you up here for any particular reason? No info on who you may have been meeting with? Anyone in House GOP leadership? That's who has offices in there. Any matters you were up here discussing? Any comment on today's decisions and the end of the Supreme Court term?
You have good questions.
And any comment on the end of the term?
You have good questions.
Do you want to answer any of them? Any comment at all? Thank you, sir.
He looks like he's faking. That's my peep on his energy. He looks like he is a faker, and something's not going right. And it seems like maybe it had something to do with those decisions that came out yesterday. Yeah, maybe he was triggered. Maybe he's having some funny heartbeats. Maybe his anxiety is closing in on him. Yeah. It seems like that. But to me, this guy doesn't seem truthful at all. Like, why is he in the Capitol? Why is he in the Capitol visiting a doctor? Right? What's up with that? And obviously, he's not meeting a lawmaker. That's obvious, because that would be out of the, that would be considered out of the norm. But in any case, let's move over. Like, let me see. Rafika told me to check out Jack. Let's see what Jack has to say about this now. Can we get this rolling? Let's see here. Let's go. Here we go. Boom.
They hide the files, they hide their war crimes, they hide their medical crises. But today, they got caught doing exactly that. And it coincides perfectly with Donald Trump's freak out over the Supreme Court. There is so much that we have to cover in this video, but I want to start with some news from a few weeks ago about the Supreme Court and what Donald Trump's plans were to maybe give himself a boost in the midterms. It has everything to do with the medical crisis we are going to get into, why Donald Trump is so freaked out over that medical crisis, and what needs to be done about the most corrupt court in history. And it begins with Donald Trump's plot for one of his judges to resign. Republicans' plot to sacrifice favorite justice revealed. Right-wing lawmakers are quietly prodding the 76-year-old Supreme Court justice to exit in the lead-up to what's shaping up to be an all-but-doomed election day.
Damn. So they finally, guess what they're doing? They flipping on the old, they flipping on old Django. They flipping on old Django now. Django has now done all their bidding, and they're flipping on him. Can you believe it? There is some form of justice. That's crazy. They are flipping on this man right now. And when he is done, it is over. He won't have that protection under that. Do you know that the damn Supreme Court is building its own goddamn army damn near? Do you know that? Yeah. Because they get so many death threats. Americans are so pissed off right now at the Supreme Court. But that won't apply to him anymore. He's about to lose a lot, yo. It looks like the old man. And I say old man, I shouldn't even be so polite, but I'm trying to stay off YouTube's radar. Because you know what I think. Like, for real. This is I have zero respect for this individual, this thing right here by the name of Justice Thomas. But it appears Jack Cocchiarelli is about to break down how they're about to abandon his ass and try to slip a new one in there before Trump is out, apparently. That's what it looks like. Let's hear some more.
For the GOP, The Hill reported Monday. Members of Donald Trump's party are hoping a Supreme Court vacancy could energize voters on the right and help GOP senators cling to their narrow 3-seat majority. Now Republicans appear to be looking to the Georgia...
Somebody said, yeah, because Massa need his laundry folded and shit. Yep. Sorry. Call on old Django. Get his ass out here. Get Django to fold my clothes. Enough with him.
W. Bush appointed justice as a glimmer of hope, banking on a potential well-timed retirement or resignation from the
Oh my God. I finally remember his name. It's Toby. My name is Toby. My name is Toby. My name is Toby, y'all.
court. If we did have a Supreme Court vacancy because of a resignation from Samuel Alito, obviously that would be a galvanizing issue for Republicans, GOP Senator John Cornyn told the outlet. The Supreme Court did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The president's approval rating is falling to a dismal 37%, with two-thirds of voters holding a negative view of his presidency. In turn, his party's favorability has also slid, with multiple polls pointing to a potential blue wave in November. Earlier this month, CNN reported that Alito was taken to the hospital after becoming unwell at a Federalist Society dinner in Philadelphia, spurring...
Listen, whoa, these dudes are getting old. These guys are not doing well. It's not even old. It's not old. Well, Clarence, it might be both, but it appears that selling out the people of the United States is getting at these MFers' health. It appears there's more. They all getting sick like this. Like, all I have to say is thank you to the universe. Please finish the job on these people, universe. Please finish the job. They know what they've been doing. They know they sold the American people out. They know the American people have less parliamentary representation than any other Western people on earth, at least starting with half the representation. Highest, it could be 30 times less representation on the parliamentary level. They know that the American citizen at best gets 45% of the taxes actually working for them. And when you leave the U.S., it immediately jumps up to 60% of the taxes you pay work for you directly in your life. Some places 70 to 75%. The universe knows this. Please get rid of these people, universe. Please, natural mystic, do something for the people today.
Calls for him to retire, to resign, to step down after 2 decades. This is one of the stupidest ideas I've ever heard, which is why it came from a Republican. I love this idea. I love the idea of Alito or
Yes.
Thomas resigning.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Look, you're right. The Federalist Society. These are the Federalist Society. He said he's a Federalist, but I bet you he's really an anti-Federalist. I bet you he's really an anti-Federalist. You know, see, they like to steal those terms, Heritage Foundation, and act like it has anything to do with the heritage of the founding fathers, when really they're anti-federalist. You know what I mean? Really, they actually don't want the Bill of Rights to exist. I mean, this is crazy, but yeah, just a bunch of fat pigs, elitists eating off the American taxpayer. These are professional welfare people, yo. It's not the poor, it's them. They don't even need all that money, and they get it from the American people, and then they take bribes on the side. Man, Americans, wake up, man.
And us having the opportunity to just plug someone in after 2 years of keeping Donald Trump waiting, because that's what Mitch McConnell did to Barack Obama, right? We just had that vacancy for a year, weren't allowed to fill it. Go ahead, Donald. If he thinks that it's some sort of carrot to dangle out in front of all of America, that Donald Trump could make a more conservative Supreme Court when everyone fucking hates the Supreme Court, it is just truly idiotic. And they hate this Supreme Court because they all have billionaire sugar daddies and their billionaire sugar babies, and they hide and conceal their investments, how their children are engaged in corruption, using their power, the deals that they get. It's just all utter nonsense, which is why when Clarence Thomas came to Capitol Hill today and was asked questions, and he was obfuscating, it was very weird. It raised a lot of alarms. And then the medical crisis that we're going to talk about ended up getting caught.
I guess so.
Justice Thomas, can we ask who you were meeting with today?
What'd you say?
Can we ask who you were meeting with this afternoon?
What'd you say?
Who were you meeting with this
Oh,
afternoon?
nobody.
That is apparently how he openly lies to people. That little charade right there, pretending that he can't hear, asking an assistant, smiling, and then just lying straight at you. Here it is again, that technique.
Thomas, can we ask who you were meeting with today?
What'd you say?
Can we ask
What'd you say? What'd you say, Mr. Police Officer? I didn't hear you.
who you were meeting with this afternoon?
What you say?
What'd you say, Mr. Officer? No, we know what you did. We know what you've been up to, dude. Don't even try it, man. Yes, I said, is that your bag of crack on the floor, Mr. Thomas? That's exactly what I said. Don't ask me to ask twice.
Justice Thomas, can we ask who you were meeting with today?
What'd you say?
What'd you say?
Can we ask who you were meeting with this afternoon?
What you say?
Who were you meeting with this
Oh,
afternoon?
nobody.
You weren't meeting with the speaker, you were in his
Oh,
office.
God, no.
No, Your Honor. I wasn't on Epstein Island. I wasn't meeting with nobody. I just showed up there by chance.
So what are you doing up here?
Oh, just walking.
Just walking. Just had a little private party, middle of the night, little kids. That's all, Your Honor. Just walking.
No meetings in particular?
I'm going to tell you about.
Tomorrow's going to be...
Look at that. What's so funny, man? What is so funny? Like, damn, this is really reminding me of, I've never seen a slave plantation, not in real time. I mean, not operating, not an operational slave plantation. I've never seen one, but I do know slavery has fucked up some people so much that they hate themselves and laugh at just being incredibly horrid. Like, seriously, like, that's how bad slavery has been. It has made some people, some black Americans, have pride. I'm just talking about the small group. Everybody knows the group I'm talking about. Have pride in keeping down another, the masses. Like some of them get off on the suffering of their own, from their own particular group. You see what I mean? Like, or anything like it. I mean, this guy's out there laughing, man, and I hope he burns in hell. To be honest, I do. I don't like it. It's worse to see your own people related to your own that sell out your own. It's worse. You could expect that from some of these other judges, that they hate certain ethnic groups and weaponize it in the courts. But this is Thomas, who basically, if it was anybody else, if you're talking about someone else's welfare, like he's doing right now, he's going to give Trump carte blanche. He's going to take away your voting rights. This man just voted to take away active military people's mail-in ballots. He just voted to take that away just a day ago. Just 24 hours ago. Like, this guy doesn't care about the average American, and he's a black American. Do you know how much of a stain that is on the history and legacy of African Americans? We've done nothing but fight for this country. And this guy comes up there and becomes the one of four to betray the veterans. I don't know what sense that makes.
What'd you say?
Can we ask who you were meeting with this
What'd you
afternoon?
say?
What'd you say?
Who were you meeting with this
Oh,
afternoon?
nobody.
You weren't meeting with the speaker, you were in his
Oh,
office.
God, no.
So what are you doing up here?
Oh, just walking.
No meetings in particular?
I'm going to tell you about.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day at the court, huh? Final day of decisions?
Oh, I guess so.
You want to give us a sneak peek of some of the decisions?
Nope.
But you can't tell us why you're up here today, who you're meeting with?
Yeah. I think I see what your point, Leon. And that's also almost very similar, but I understand what you mean. Like, in some kind of way, it may not be the ethnic thing that's there for him. It's just the lack of care for anybody. Like, he hates people. This guy is, and just gimme, because that's what you do when you have power in the U.S. Take it, and laugh about the pain of everybody else. Like, maybe it's this nobody ever cared about my people before attitude. You never know, man. You never know. But it's something that's got to stop, man. It's something that's got to stop, yo. That can't be Americans. We can't be free and have any type of justice like this. It's not only Clarence Thomas, it's 4 other ones, right? Something like that, 4, maybe 5 others, but it's 4 other men up there for sure. You know what I mean? And, they just seem to laugh at taking away rights, laugh at making erroneous decisions that affect all Americans. Laugh at, this idea of taking advantage of the weak and the meekest in society while just giving people like Trump full reign. Like, he is one of the judges, and these other four that basically they allowed Trump into this situation. They allowed him to just move along. They're not the only ones, though. There's some on the lower courts also that have done this, to just take bribes and sold out the people, man. But Clarence Thomas is an excellent example, because this dude has no end to how much money he took. I mean, he literally went to Russia on a private oligarch's boat and didn't take one other American security person with him. That is insane. Why is this man on the bench? And he did that when the United States was our adversaries with Russia, and we still are today. It's like, why? What is this about? What is Congress doing? Congress failed the American people, yo. Congress has failed the American people. We shouldn't take all our anger out on the justices, because they are the spitting image of what our Congress has allowed to happen. We have let some of the most corrupt, crony ass people, on the court. It's a reflection of Congress. Congress can get rid of this man tomorrow, knowing all that they know, and they just don't have the ethics or the morality or the the good sense to care enough about the American people to do the right thing. No, you're supposed to pay Congress's salaries with your taxes. You're supposed to pay this corrupt asshole with your taxes, while they just sit back and watch you fall to hell. This is what's going on.
Who were you meeting with, sir? Were you up here for any particular reason? No info on who you may have been meeting with? Anyone in House GOP leadership? That's who has offices in there. Any matters you were up here discussing? Any comment on today's decisions and the end of the Supreme Court term?
You have good questions.
And any comment on the end of the term?
You have good questions.
Do you want to answer any of them? Any comment at all?
Pleasure, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Could you walk and try to not answer questions in a sketchier way than that? Because I don't think so. I think that is the sketchiest way you can try to avoid answering questions. And that is exactly what Clarence Thomas did. And he didn't want to talk about why he was on Capitol Hill, because it's part of the reason that Donald Trump wants him to step down, why Donald Trump wants him to resign, especially as, even though the court gave Donald Trump some favorable rulings today, it's going to shoot him down on birthright citizenship tomorrow. He lost the E. Jean Carroll case. He lost on mail-in voting. And now he might be losing Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas, 78, busted on mystery medical visit. Oh, nobody, the oldest sitting Supreme Court justice said after being asked who he was meeting at the Capitol. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas was spotted in the Capitol on Monday, where some believe he paid a visit to Congress and their in-house doctor. Thomas, the court's oldest sitting member at 78, was filmed walking through the House side of the Capitol on Monday, as we saw, but refused to say what brought him there. And many are speculating and reporting that it was going to go to see the doctor, that he had to take a little doctor's visit. When MS Now reporter Michael Schnell asked Thomas who he was meeting with on Capitol Hill, the ultra-conservative justice appeared not to hear the question, turned to the man alongside him, as we saw, saying, "What'd he say?" Thomas eventually said, "Nobody." And as we can tell, he's not a spring chicken, not the youngest guy. He continued to ignore Schnell's question, and as we saw, he said, "I'm not telling you why I'm there." Thomas, who was appointed by George H.W. Bush in 1991, did not meet with House GOP leadership during his visit, a Politico reporter posted on Twitter. Rather, Republicans believed the justice was in the Capitol to visit the office of the attending physician, sources told Lee Hill. The Supreme Court's Public Information Office did not immediately respond to a request for comment. What a shock. The physician's office, located in a secluded hallway on the Capitol's first floor serves all 535 members of Congress, the 9 Supreme Court justices, and visitors, providing mainly first aid and basic treatment. Supreme Court justices are rarely seen at the Capitol, typically appearing only for ceremonial events such as the State of the Union. So this is weird, because justices have used the Capitol's medical offices in the past. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was famously examined at the office of the attending physician in May of 2013, a day after the liberal justice, then 80 years old, fell in the bathroom of her home and cracked her ribs. So it wouldn't be the first time that a justice had gone there. Thomas had a health scare in 2022 when he was admitted to the hospital for an infection with flu-like symptoms.
It all falls down. It all falls down.
Though his transfer was only disclosed 2 days later.
Fuck the Save America Act.
Also, remember, a little bit ago, learned that one of the justices, Justice Alito, was actually rushed to the hospital when he was supposed to be attending an event at I believe it was Penn Law School, and then he didn't because he had to go get some medical treatment done, and it was all hidden for like 2 months. And this is, again, coming at the same time as Donald Trump is asking his justices, not his justices, but, they are technically his justices. They're in his pocket. The only justices that ever, break with the conservatives, as we saw today, are Amy Coney Barrett and, of course, Chief Justice John Roberts. Donald Trump, I don't think, is going to get Barrett to step down, considering she was just appointed and is also the youngest justice on the court. But Donald Trump is pushing for Alito, and he's pushing...
Somebody also said, Smooth said Clarence prefers the White House drinking fountain. He prefers the white drinking fountain. He's still living in the segregated day. He's like, fuck this, man. I need to go to the white people's drinking fountain, man. For those that don't know, though, for real, DC was a segregated city. Not to the last generation, like my parents' generation, DC was segregated. Everyone in my parents' generation, if you grew up in DC, you grew up in a city where you couldn't share the same water fountain. Like, for real. So this is like Clarence Thomas's generation, So so he's living it up. He's living it. Sadly, he didn't do shit with it, which I think is why they appointed him, because they knew he was a crony. They knew he was ask Sasha Riley what he thinks about Clarence Thomas. Sasha Riley said that Clarence Thomas, he pretty much believes Clarence Thomas was going to these Trump Epstein parties when he was being assaulted. He said he remembers his face distinctively, right? He remembers it, and he talked to other people about it, and he couldn't even believe that Clarence Thomas got appointed to the bench. But yeah, Clarence Thomas has been said to be part of the Epstein little kid thing. Like, straight up. So that blackmail stuff, you don't know how many justices are a part of it. You don't know how many congressional members. Plenty of congressional members have been mentioned now to have been identified by Sasha Riley and to be in these places where no one should be. Right. So maybe that's why they behave the way they do. Anita Hill said that this man was a freak. You know what I'm saying? Essentially, like, said that this man was talking about pornographic material at work while she was his assistant, like, straight up, secretary or something like that, like, straight up. So this guy, the way he speaks kind of, his vernacular might give you the idea that, okay, he's educated. He is educated, but that doesn't mean he's not part of that group of educated people that have been taught to have no morals and ethics and just cutthroat, like, straight up, so far cutthroat that they're signing up to little secret groups and doing strange things while they have blackmail over their head, just being fed this thing, given a check, get them to do things, get them on tape, and then they own them the rest of the career and promote them up to the highest positions in government. Like, straight up, this is what Clarence Thomas has been accused of. So
for Thomas, Again, this is an idea that I love. It would blow up spectacularly in Donald Trump's face. But really, more than anything, why I wanted to talk about this is because it just exposes the corruption of the court.
Do me a favor, click the like button, y'all. Do me a favor, click the like button. It's how more people find the stream later. And subscribe if you're not subscribed. The chat is open. I'm going to put the link to the panel in the chat. Anybody want to come up and hop and let me know how you feel about this. All right, so but click the like button for me. I appreciate it.
These are guys who hide and behave in whatever secret manner they please. They're not disclosing any necessary information of their conflicts of interest about cases. These are people with Clarence Thomas, whose wife was like an open participant in the January 6th insurrection and its planning, and nothing ever came of it.
Clarence Thomas' wife was involved in the Jan 6 insurrection, the planning. That's who this guy is. That's who this guy is. He went and visited Russia on an American rich man's yacht to the hometown of Putin. Yeah, he went right up on that yacht, right through the Baltic Isles, straight up into Russia on its western flank. You know, that little outlet that Russia has right there on the Baltic Sea. Yeah, and he went to Putin's hometown. There's not one other American, no other security person went with him, and nobody knows what the hell he was doing there, and nothing has happened. So you could expect that this man is not just on the take in terms of some American oligarchs, but some foreign government also, and some foreign oligarchs, straight up. Think about this. If they know how a Supreme Court justice is about to rule on something that has implications on corporations, these other foreign oligarchs can invest in those corporations one way or the other if they have the inside track. That's how serious this is. That's how serious this is, you know. So
that we are in a time right now where we are seeing the Democratic establishment taken on, not just because their ideas are old, but their way of doing things are old. You cannot see a Supreme Court in crisis that is not a threat to our democracy, but is constantly attacking it, literally bringing the South back to Jim Crow, and think that you can just hope these people will recuse themselves when there's a conflict of interest or not be working as political actors. That is what they are. And the balance that will come to fix that will not be time, but action from Democrats. That is the only thing that you can do. You cannot hope that these people will become better. They are playing a different game than you, and so you are always going to lose. And it is why it is necessary for us to have candidates like a Graham Plattner, who had this to say about what should happen with at least 2 Supreme Court justices.
There is structural power in the Senate to deal with the Supreme Court. It's going to require us to get the majority. But at that point, I very much think that we need to be exercising ethics oversight over the court. If we held Supreme Court justices to the exact same standards we hold federal judges, there is a compelling case for the impeachment and removal of at least 2. But to make that happen, we need to elect people to the Senate that want to wield power like that, who understand that power matters.
This is the only way that we can bring the fight.
There is structural power in the Senate to deal with the Supreme Court. It's going to require us to get the majority. But at that point, I very much think that we need to be exercising ethics oversight over the court. If we held Supreme Court justices to the exact same standards we hold federal judges, there is a compelling case for the impeachment and removal of at least 2. But to make that happen, we need to elect people to the Senate that want to wield power like that, who understand that power matters.
This is the only way that we can bring the fight. It is the only way that we can bring the fight. Because again, these are different circumstances. This is a different game that's being played. And if we pretend like it's not, we will continue to get beat again and again and again, and nobody wants that. And also, this idea that the Supreme Court is some pristine institution without a single black mark on it, and people are in love, and so we should not challenge its authority, is ridiculous. People hate the Supreme Court. And it needs to be changed if we are ever actually going to see change. And Melissa Murray, an incredible legal mind, great professor at NYU Law School and co-host of Strict Scrutiny, came on our Sunday show this weekend to talk about just that.
The Supreme Court has never been more unpopular. Usually the Supreme Court enjoys popularity amongst the public that is double what Congress gets at. That's not the case anymore. This court is really operating with shrinking trust among the public, and the public has kind of had it with this court. And that's kind of the court's fault, right? The Chief Justice is going on like, people are just mad by our decisions, but our decisions aren't political. But they look political.
Gaslighting. The court has been doing the exact same thing that the Trump administration has been doing with the Epstein files, and they're probably all caught up in it. For some reason, none of them were in a hurry to get rid of any corruption at all, to stop it in any place where it exists, on any level, not in the Congress, not in the Senate, not in the Supreme Court. And the best they have to tell the American citizen who pays their salary is that you're just not happy, and that's all it's about. You're just being petty American citizens. You're just being petty while you can't afford your health care, while you can't afford your education. You pay for theirs, and you're just being petty.
Right? The fact that you got to overrule Roe versus Wade only after you got a 6-3 conservative supermajority. The fact that you rolled back affirmative action only after you got the 6-3 conservative supermajority. The fact that you are literally looking at Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, which is very straightforward, and asking, I wonder if the children of undocumented persons who are born in the United States are citizens. Like, the people get it. They're not dumb. We are not stupid. We know what this looks like. And they're mad. They're really, really mad. And so this conversation about court reform is one that right now feels really ripe. People are talking about it. And it's not just people who follow the court, ordinary people. We just had a live show for our podcast in New York City. When someone mentioned court reform, the audience, which was filled, it was sold out, erupted into applause. People are mad at this court, not because they disagree with the decisions, that's part of it, but because they think that the decisions are not driven by law or a consistent understanding of the law, that it's ideological and that it's selective, and that's what they don't like. Now, whether or not the political classes can see what is being fomented at the grassroots level is a different story. And, I would just say, for those in the progressive electorate and, like people who have been in Congress for years, I get it. We can get great voting rights laws passed. We can reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. We can do all kinds of things, and we can turn out the vote and get better representatives.
But if you don't get rid of this corrupt Supreme Court that is in the pockets of the oligarchs who don't want you to have rights, it won't make a difference. You can't get any policy. It doesn't matter if you vote on it in Congress, pass it, get it sent to the Senate, pass it, get it sent to the White House, signed. It can be stopped by the oligarchs in the Supreme Court because they're on the take. So you ain't going to get any real change in the United States if you don't deal with this problem right here, the Supreme Court and the corruption on it. There will be no change without addressing that. Like Congress, the incoming Congress has the biggest job in the last 100 years, likely. I mean, they have to clean up so much trash. American people have, at best, half the representation in their own parliament that European citizens have. At worst, 30 to 40 times less. 30 to 40 times less the representation in parliament. Why is that? Because the population of the U.S. citizens has grown 3 times since the 1920s, yet we still have the same amount of elected officials in Congress. So that's impossible. One person can't know what 1 million people's lives is fucking like. That's ridiculous. Secondly, 45% of your taxes at best goes to something you can see impact your own life in the United States of America. Soon as you leave the U.S., that number goes up to 60% of the taxes you pay. You can directly see impact your life. Things like childcare, things like free education, things like free healthcare. Soon as and that's not even where it ends. Some places it's like 70%, 75%. And we're talking about Western capitalistic countries. So the American people have been getting scammed by their own goddamn people. It's time to wake up. That scam starts right here in the Supreme Court. You could pass all the laws you want in Congress, get them reaffirmed in the Senate, all you want, get them signed by a president, but it will be stopped by those folks in the Supreme Court because they got their hand out. They got their hand out, and they've been taking the money the whole time. And Congress knows that, and Congress has refused to act. The Senate has refused to act, and you pay their salary. You pay the Congress's salary. You pay them good enough to get the best health care on earth. You pay the Senate salary good enough to get the best health care on earth, and they actually don't give a damn that you don't have it. Is that constitutional representation? Is that parliamentary representation? Is that tax? Are you getting your representation with your taxes? Are you? Okay.
Anything we do at the level of legislation ultimately goes back to this court. So none of it matters if you're not also talking about court reform.
Need these changes if anything is going to change. And that is why we need change in the party. And that is why I'm such a big supporter of Graham Plattner. It is why I am supporting so many primaries across this country. It is why we are going to continue to have on more great progressive challengers. And if you want to stick around for all that, as always, you can hit that.
Yeah. So that was Jack Cocchiarelli. Big up to Jack. Doing some excellent reporting. Thanks for that, Rafika, also letting me know that he did this. Well, I had no clue that this happened. And obviously, it's strange. I think they have right now, the right has a lot of money on in the metasphere, like the oligarchs. Let's not call it the right anymore. The oligarchs are spending a lot of money, because when I went to look this up, what came up first is a video that had so many feeds, and it's not even from a political commentator. It's actually from a mind reader or some shit. Or I don't know what it is. Some dude. You saw the first one I went to. I assumed that the brother had something to say critical. Maybe he does, but if it's not strict political commentary, forget it. You know what I mean? I'm not a mind reader, and we don't need mind readers. We need Americans to know their own constitution. We need Americans to know their own civics. We need Americans to elect people that actually care about their civics and their rights. And we need Americans to know that, and their representatives to know that, hey, why is everyone else in the Western world, Western capitalistic world, getting universal health care and universal education, and we are not still? Why is that? And they need to have a clear, concrete reasoning why or why not, and solve it. Get it done in 2027. Get it done in 2028. Shit, get it done get it done today. Like, get rid of Trump. Get rid of this regime. Get rid of this guy today. Get rid of all of them. Just get rid of them. That's the power in the House and the Congress. And if they don't do that, they're living off of your tax dollars. Any case, if that doesn't happen, we're just going to get more of this, no matter who it is. We're going to get another Trump with a new face.
It is not
right. We're going to get a new face, another person, new name, doing the same thing Trump is doing.
too often these days that we come on the air with any good news coming out of the United States Supreme Court. But today, the High Court handed Donald Trump a trio of big losses. The first, a win for the defenders of democracy. The Supreme Court ruled that Mississippi mail-in ballots that are postmarked by Election Day, but that arrive within 5 days, still should be counted as state law allows. It is a major blow to Donald Trump's all-out war against mail-in voting. Mark Elias, who argued that case, will join us momentarily. The second ruling today declares that Donald Trump does not have the power to fire a target of his ire. That would be Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook from the central bank, at least for now. And thirdly, the one that's likely to sting Donald Trump the most, the court declined to take up a case by Donald Trump to review the $5 million civil judgment that he sexually abused and defamed the writer E. Jean Carroll. which means that the jury's verdict still stands and Donald Trump must pay E. Jean Carroll the $5 million he owes her plus interest. Now, that was the good news from the Supreme Court, and we'll get into all three of those significant wins in a second. But because this is the Supreme Court, that's not the whole story. There's also a major setback as another ruling threw away 91 years of precedent. In a 6-3 ruling on Trump versus Slaughter, the Supreme Court gave Donald Trump the authority to fire most of the government's independent regulators. This shifts even more power toward Donald Trump and the executive branch. The specific case deals with Donald Trump's March 2025 firing of Rebecca Slaughter, the former commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission, but it impacts dozens of agencies that are supposed to be politically independent. The Supreme Court, which already ruled in 2024 that Donald Trump is immune from criminal prosecution, now gives him and any president more authority, which Justice Sonia Sotomayor torched in a scathing dissent, which she read from the bench earlier today. When she did that, she seemed emotional and was visibly angry. From Sotomayor's dissent, quote, "Today, this court undoes centuries of political practice and concludes that all three branches of government have been acting in open defiance of the Constitution all this time."
Whoa.
The text of the Constitution.
Okay, so you mean it's not just me being a crybaby? There's some other judges that are. This is so funny. Josh, come on up on the panel, man. Let's hear your case, man. Don't hide down there in the chat, anonymous and unidentified. Okay. Who is your healthcare provider and what state do you live in? That way we can qualify some of your other lunatic comments. But here, the text of the Constitution, along with its history, the long-standing practices of the political branches, and the presidents of this court make clear that Congress may limit the causes for which the heads of commission like the FTC can be removed by the president. Yes, absolutely. Congress writes the laws. It is Congress. That is actually their job. Nobody else has their job. That's been affirmed in the Constitution. That might, I don't know if that's Article 1 or Article 2, but in any case, it's Congress. It might be Article 1, but it is Congress, right, that writes those laws. And that means they can change anything that they want, right? And it's the American people. That's why the American people elect the officials that they want to write the kind of laws that benefit their constituency, the American people. If Congress members are writing laws that are not largely benefiting the multitude of American peoples, we're talking about citizens, then that means they're not doing their job. Or it means they ain't good at it. They're not good at their job. Why is that? Because the American people pay the taxes. You go to work every day to pay the taxes that fund these congressional members' lifestyles. Without you contributing to their lifestyle, they wouldn't have a life. They wouldn't have a great home. They wouldn't have their kids going to private schools. They wouldn't have the best medical health care on earth, be able to afford it, because loads of Americans can't even afford the health care, even though they pay taxes into it. Yeah, many American people, loads, pay taxes for Medicaid and Medicare, and then because of the deductibles that they're required to pay to access it, like a $500 fee, a $6,000 fee up front, they can't even access the health care they pay for every single day they earn 1 penny. So that is not the case in any other Western nation. No other Western capitalistic nation treats their citizens that way. No, it's quite the contrary. It's the opposite. Every other Western capitalistic nation has universal health care and damn near universal education too. Only in the United States does it work the opposite way. You pay your taxes so they can, the representative can have great health care. The representative's kids can have great education. It's classism. American citizens, if you really want to study the differences between the capitalistic democracies in the West, the American society is really just 1 foot off of the British slave plantation. Whether you were an indentured servant or whether you were all out slave. Either way, 1 foot. 1 foot. That's nothing to brag about. You have half the representation in your parliament than European citizens have. That's at best half. At worst, 30 to 40 times less. You see, so on all points, the society, the government is not working for you. It is not even set up to work for you. It is set up to be blind of your experience and just keep pushing forward no matter how many of you get thrown in the garbage. Like, you should be worried about that. And where do you change it? You change it on the congressional level. It starts there, and you change it by getting some, like the other guy said that was running for office in Maine. You do it by electing some officials that's going to impeach some of these people, impeach the Supreme Court justices, impeach the people in the White House, impeach anybody that's been a part of this corrupt plot to bring down the United States of America and basically enslave American people.
Constitution, along with its history, the longstanding practices of the political
Please click the like button.
And
do me a favor, if you're watching from the TV, click the like button, pick up your remote and click the like button. I know people don't think about that when they watch from TV. If you're watching from your phone, click the like button. The chat is open. Listen, and if you want to come up on the panel and talk, come on up and talk. Here's the link right here. Panel, I want to hear your voices. I want to hear even from people that don't agree. Let me know you're a real person and you're not just a bot in the chat. How about that if you disagree? Come on, let's hear it. Let's save the United States by having a good conversation, an honest conversation. But let the people hear that you're real. All right. Just like you see me, they see my face. They know who I am. I'm not hiding from who I am in society. I'm saying what I believe. And there it is. You got to live with it. It's called freedom of speech. Exercising my First Amendment rights. Every Western country has that, you know.
Precedents of this court make clear that Congress may limit the causes for which the heads of commissions like the FTC could.
Yo, Michael from Brooklyn. What's up? What's good, bro? Welcome.
Hey, just
good morning to you, sir.
The chat. Good morning. Just been in the chat.
Yes.
Viewing. We have people in the chat who assume that when you say get rid of him in terms of impeachment proceedings, they're assuming that it's get rid of them in terms of inciting violence.
Well,
I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I just said what I mean. I didn't even see those people. Who are those people? Why don't you hop up on the panel and say it? Because I definitely didn't see anybody say that, write that in the chat. But I'm busy speaking. They're busy watching me. They should be busy listening to what I'm saying. And I already said what it is. I've been saying that. Obviously, these people don't listen because I've said this loads and loads of time. 2/3 of the House gives you the impeachment power to impeach anybody. Get to it. I've said this a million times too. Let me see here. Oh wow, did I bring this up? I see I have a couple of things backwards in my stream today. So, matter of fact, let me fix this right now while I'm talking so I don't confuse myself. I don't know why I did this. Let me see. I made some errors in setting up the stream. So, let me go over to this. Has to be right here. Let me change a few things around real quick so people can see what I'm talking about. This one is going to be here. Boom. Right? Okay, and now this is why, Mike, we tell people every time, register to vote. Register to vote. It's vote.gov. You can register to vote, and this is how you get it done. The midterms are coming up. Listen to my program. Don't just watch my face and what I look like in the color, what the shape of my nose is. Actually listen to the words. You will benefit a lot from it. And I don't mean you, Mike, you know that. But, American people in general, like, come on, we got to do better than this. We have to get to the point where we're going to be serious about knowing our own Constitution, right? Because that is where our actual rights lie. They only lie in the constitutional law. If we don't take constitutional law serious, no one else on earth, including these oligarchs that have all the money, none of them are going to take us serious, and it's just sad. Now, you don't need to resort to violence, right? Like the January 6th insurrectionists did when they threatened to kill Mike Pence. You don't need to do that if you just go out there and participate in the actual democratic side of it. But you will hear a lot of these people tell you that no, it's not a democracy, it's a it's a republic. your rights weren't there. These are people that lie because obviously voting rights were established in constitutional law, and that's part of the Constitution. Who makes law and what and how they will make it, right? So yeah, if folks want to sit up there and pretend like I'm trying to incite violence, I would just say, wow, man, you must be losing an argument. You can't deal with any of the arguments that have been made here. You can't take up any of the statements that we've made. You're just going to resort to being petty about it and saying boo-hoo. First of all, I don't give a damn what you think. It's like, come on. People think all kinds of stuff. You know how many black men have been thrown in jail and killed for crimes they didn't even admit? That's part of the legacy of the United States of America. So it wouldn't be the first time someone has made an accusation. What is this? What are they going to say next? I looked at somebody and therefore, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Emmett Till. Black men are born with, we understand this very well. So I'm not getting shaken up by somebody saying I'm inciting violence. Oh, really? You think so? Oh, really? Huh? Is that some form of gaslighting? Yeah, that is. And I'm not going for it. And I do believe in gun rights. And I do think if this election does not go fairly and freely as the Constitution prescribed it to go, Americans should be enraged. And I don't think you should trust people that support folks that mingle with folks that try to overthrow our government. Putin. I don't think you should trust people that turn a blind eye to Epstein. Trump. I don't think you should accept bigotry and racism in your own country. I don't think you should accept the oligarchs just getting rid of your constitutional rights. I don't think you should just accept that. No. And I also think if they think you can go around with a stick from neighborhood to neighborhood in blue states and beat people up, beat up American citizens, I think blue states should consider doing the same thing when they get power. Same treatment. That's what I think. If they don't want to learn their lesson, if they hate American citizens, the American citizens that they hate should hate them back. If you don't have anything and no other option, why not? If you got no other option, why not? So those are my thoughts on it. I don't think you should live your life being treated poorly. You see what I mean? But here's the thing about it. Even these people, I don't even understand why red state people don't understand that. Just listen for a second. Even before Trump existed, even before Biden existed, you've been treated the worst out of all Western people anyway. Trump treats you bad. He treats you worse than any other Western official treats their own people. You've learned to accept being treated like shit by Trump yourself. And when a person tries to help you, when a person says, I'm not taking this because I have the brains to not take it, because I'm aware that American citizens get treated worse by their own government than any Western people get treated by their own government. When you're aware of that and you try to help these people, the best they can come up with is saying, you inciting violence? Oh, really? I'm inciting violence, huh? What about Trump on Jan 6? What did he incite? Did you care about that? No. So if you didn't care about Trump, my answer to you is, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah. There you go. The chat is open. The panel is open. Hop on up and let us know how you feel. I hope I answered that, Mike. Did I answer the question? Let me go. Let me try to go over to the chat and see, man.
I mean, when it comes to, getting rid of any public official,
go over to the chat and see, man.
Them out, right?
Yeah,
and that includes the impeachment of Trump, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we promote vote.gov, right?
Yeah.
That's why we promote, the DSA, right?
Yeah. Every day, every single day.
Right?
Every single day.
The Working Families Parliament. Yeah.
Every single day we tell people register to vote. We say it at the beginning of the broadcast. We say it in the middle of the broadcast several times, and we say it at the end of the broadcast. The message on this channel, if you get anything from it, should be registered to vote. And I told people a million times, if you want to scare the shit out of these corrupt people in the Supreme Court, in the Congress, in the Senate, in the White House, register to vote. Let them see that so many Americans are pissed off and that they're registering to vote. That's going to send Clarence Thomas to the hospital. Basically, that's what I tell people every day. So this whole notion, you know, I'm sorry, man, you just got to listen better. And if you know, whatever it is you think, hey, that's on you. I'm not responsible for what you think. You can think anything you want. Like I said a million times, people thought some black boy whistled at a white lady one day and they hung him. So when's that going to change in the United States? When's that going to change in some people's minds? Never. It's never going to change. And it's not up to me to beg you to change. You know better than me. As long as you stay out of my way, I don't really care. You know, there's a million more people better than you. You're only here in this chat because I'm important, more important than something else in your life. So, yeah, so that's my feelings about it. But listen, don't even worry about that. If the person doesn't want to register to vote and the person doesn't hear anything else but, you telling people to decipher? Whatever. Okay, if that's what you get out of it, get out of it. There's something called the Second Amendment, in case you don't know the Constitution. And the founding fathers wrote about the importance of the Second Amendment. And one of the things about the gun rights that the founding fathers, this was Madison, wrote about the Second Amendment, why the Second Amendment is important, is because you have in case you have a tyrannical government, that is all the people will have left if the government runs amok. Do you support the Second Amendment or not? Put a 1 in the chat if you support the Second Amendment as the defense of the American people if their government runs amok. Put a 1 in the chat if you support it, because I do. Boom. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. If you're against Madison and his views on the Second Amendment, then just say you against it. Put a 2 in the chat. There you have it. That's what I represent. And I'm not one-sided. I'm very particular. You see what I mean? But we do have that right. Very simple. Would that right be a violent one? Is shooting people violent? Is knocking people, was the shooting of Renee Good a violent act? Or was it a peaceful act? There you have it. What the hell, man? You know, in any case, yeah, go ahead, Mike. Sorry about that. Sorry about it. Since the person was addressing me, I just wanted to try to explain fully so people get a chance to hear my complete view on that kind of stuff. You there?
Yeah. Yeah, like we've explained plenty of times here on the chat, it is about having, the most progressive view, and that is through understanding policies, legislation, and voting, right? And that means understanding who you're voting for and the legislation that they support and the policies that they support and promote. This most recent, obviously this current administration, has gone a lot off of rhetoric, right? Rhetoric, sentiment, emotions, and they have done very little in terms of legislation and policy to help the American citizen.
RDM001, anonymous and unidentified person in the chat, hop up so we can hear your voice. Hop up so we can ask you some questions based on what you're saying, so you don't slow down the program just because you feel a certain way. Hop on up. Let's speed it up, buddy. Let's speed it up. Like, what is it? What's taking you? What's the issue? There's more important people in the chat too. Everybody doesn't, this show is not all about you and what you think. So hop on up. Since you want to stop the show, hop on up. Let people know what your issue is with me. Come on up. Explain it. Because you ain't going to explain it well from the chat. You're not even responding to what I'm saying. Just hop up. First of all, let's find out if you're actually even American. Let's hear your voice. That's why I ask people to hop up, so we can hear their voices. So we know that they're just not on some copy paste shit out here, because trolling is totally what Russia and China are all about today, especially in this moment. They will be doing everything to help Trump and do everything to gaslight Americans who have been getting their ass kicked by this administration. They will be doing everything. And part of their job is just exactly what you see. Anonymous and unidentified people trying to gaslight us like we haven't been brutally violated by our goddamn government. Like, step on up since you're acting like we're the violent ones. Step on up and let us hear your voice. Let us hear your vernacular. Let us hear how you speak English. Let us ask you some questions. And then you have to answer them on the spot so we can hear you go up. Instead of hiding in the chat thinking about, let me go see how, wait a second, I don't want him to hear my voice and hear how I react to it. So, yeah, that's why you stay down there in the chat. So hop your ass up. Let's get this going. In any case, we're going to continue the show, whether you like it or not. Thank you for coming. The chat is open for people like you, too, even though I don't really think you're an actual American. I don't even think you're serious about what you're saying. NDM001 R2D23 Musk robot. I don't like what you're doing. You are inciting violence. Be media. In any case, let's continue, man. Vote, y'all. Register to vote. If you don't like people like NDM, register to vote. Let's get rid of his ass. Let's get some kind of fucking bot restrictions out here and shit. In any case, should we move on? Let me see. There's people that's actually calling out. This is another example of the gaslighting. I don't know. You let me know. Maybe this is not gaslighting, but obviously the Democratic Socialist Party has triggered centrist. It has triggered the right. Now, it has triggered the oligarchs. The oligarchs own the media outlets, right? They own the media outlets pretty much. So the media outlets, they got that Trump tax break, right? They get it all the time. And for some reason, this message, Mondami winning in New York, the what's the sister's name in D.C.? Yanis. She won in D.C., the Democratic Socialist there. She's likely going to be the next mayor of D.C., right? She won the primary by a good margin, right? D.C.'s the Democratic stronghold. So folks do represent general Democratic values and progressive at this point, because poor middle-class people that are born and raised in Washington, D.C., generational Washingtonians feel like they've been pushed out of the city. So, of course, they're going to vote for someone who's part of the Democratic Socialist agenda because they're the only party addressing their issues. That's what it's about. Okay? But it's triggered people. And now folks are trying to, they're raising the question about AOC. Is she moving into the centrist area rather than the Democratic Socialist area? I always tend to stay back and not be so quick to assume things. I think you also got to think about the situation. A lot of times they try to force Democrats to go at each other. Right? When they're afraid of change, they try to force Democrats to attack each other. I'm for the ones that at least understand that game and understand that, wait a second, just because there's a difference in opinion with another Democrat doesn't mean I'm going to right now in this moment in time begin to attack them rather than address the bigger picture. You see what I'm saying? So I want to hear what they have to say. This is TYT. They're suggesting, and TYT doesn't always get it right. They're just another outlet, but they at least don't. Do they even get the tax breaks? How much does TYT pull in a year? How big are they? Obviously, they're not as big as CNN or anything like that. So I just want to hear what they're reporting and saying about this. So let's go.
Just a part of what you said. I take your point. Do you still feel, though, if Democrats went back to the House, that Hakeem Jeffries is the right person to lead?
I've engaged in many conversations with Leader Jeffries. And for me, and we have a broad caucus, right? For me, I have made very clear that one of my priorities in determining and in a leader determination is securing public housing financing for New York City. And Leader Jeffries has made his prioritization for the residents of public housing very clear. And for that reason, I will be supporting Hakeem Jeffries for leader.
Okay, I love this clip because we're going to show you how politics actually works. We're going to show you.
So this is my deal. I don't always agree with Saint here. I don't always agree with him. Listen, politicians answer questions according to their reasoning on the situation they're facing in a particular moment. Telegraphing what you're going to do is definitely not, in my view, the wisest thing for AOC to do, period. Right? I think there's more reasons to why she might not want to telegraph, and I'm gonna tell you why. Here's the thing. And also in DM, I told you, if you want to address me, then come on, hop on up. I'll be happy to take you on as a caller and talk about these things. 2 seconds. I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back.
What she really meant and what the deal actually is, because that's not why she's doing what she's doing at all. She's not only supporting Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker if they get the House back, but she also didn't endorse any of the Democrats running against incumbents in New York, even though they were progressive. We'll explain why she didn't do that as well. And finally, I want you to be aware that Kamala Harris is apparently such a good ally of AOC that she's gifted her word salads. And it's very mighty Christian of, as they used to say in the old days, of Kamala Harris. And apparently AOC eats them at every time she's on camera. Oh, a word salad, great.
Well, I mean, when you're being dishonest, it's kind of hard to say things confidently and forcefully, which is why the world, in my opinion, that's why we saw the word salad in that clip. But nonetheless, let me give you the details because AOC has drawn quite a bit of backlash from members of her own base, people who have supported her throughout her political career. Now, her comments come on the heels of a decisive progressive victory in New York. This happened last week, of course. I covered it in depth. And this is when the incumbent Democrats were facing some real primary challengers to their left, Claire Valdez, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and also Brad Lander. All three of them won. All three of them are to the left of the incumbents that they beat. Now, successfully, they primaried long-term incumbents and Democratic establishment favorites. And all of these aforementioned candidates boasted strong endorsements from both the Democratic Socialists of America and Mayor Zoran Mamdani. However, in the case of Chevalier and Valdez, there was an endorsement missing from AOC. She chose against endorsing them. And City and State New York reports that Mamdani is backing DSA's state legislative candidates running for open seats and congressional candidates whom it would be politically difficult for AOC to endorse. That's what they're claiming. While AOC is backing DSA's challengers to assembly incumbents whom Mamdani isn't willing to endorse. Now, assembly members in New York, those are local races, local to New York, right? And so AOC apparently didn't want to ruffle any feathers as it pertains to federal elections. And it's probably because she doesn't want to upset her Democratic colleagues, her establishment colleagues. Now, Valdez specifically primaried Anthony Reynoso, who is or was running to fill the seat of retiring Representative Nydia Velasquez, who endorsed Reynoso. AOC may be reluctant to cross Velasquez, who has acted as a political mentor to her, or to back a primary challenge against a fellow member of New York's Democratic congressional delegation, but Mamdani has no such qualms, City and State New York reported. Now, AOC, is she still considered a firebrand? I don't know. She certainly came into Congress as a firebrand, but she has found herself consistently at odds with the very faction of the Democratic base that she's supposed to be a leader of, right? So the more progressive, more left-wing contingent within the Democratic Party. So suspicions of her kind of abandoning that faction started when she decided to vote in favor of providing military aid to Israel in the form of Iron Dome capabilities, right? So offensive weapons. Many do not want to provide any weapons to Israel, including defensive capabilities. I'm in that camp because I feel that Israel is able to carry. They have the Iron Dome to protect them, which we pay for. And so understandably, progressive voters are against providing front runner in the 2028 presidential race. Her perceived caution on the topic of Israel could hurt her among Democratic voters.
A VVS man up here to just look at and make sure my new washing machine was going to be put in properly. So I had to stop to talk to him. Now listen, Mike, are you there? Let me know if you're there, Mike. Mike from Brooklyn. Let's see here. Yeah, that took a couple seconds. Let me also. Yeah, you there? Now listen, let me know what just happened there, because I just missed this little interaction here. I had to go speak to the I forget what it's called in English. In Danish it's called VVS. That's the guy who connects washing machines and stuff like that. What is that? I don't know what that is. That's a plumber, something like that. I don't know. But in any case,
it would be a plumber.
Yeah. Okay. So what did we just miss here? Obviously Sync, they go a little, not Sync, but his program goes a little in areas on the left. But look, what do you think about what they just said here regarding AOC, maybe the motivations, what's going on, or do you think it's just too much?
Well, I have obviously, I think AOC has been one of, if not the most visible DSA candidate, right? And in her initial start, she was definitely more vocal and combative with a lot of the centrist Democrats, or your established Democrats, for those who disagree with what a centrist Democrat definition is. Your established Democrats, right, who tend to vote more down the middle. I think for her to have gotten in the position that she's in, she has had to capitulate a lot more in her messaging, right? I think, her messaging has been toned down to a bit. But I do think that's been in support of growing the DSA, right? And that's manifested itself a lot in New York, where she's from, right? In the form of the Mamdanis of the world.
Right.
And the two more recent candidates, including Brad Lander, who isn't necessarily a DSA member, but I think that's what comes with being a part of a two-party system, right? You learn to fight from within, while, even if that means not necessarily saying what you mean or what you want to convey as loudly as possible every time. I think she has done a great job, but I do think she has done the best jobs in terms of making the ideals of the DSA more relevant in the Democratic Party, right?
Okay.
It's forced the Democratic Party, the established Dems, the Hakeem Jeffries of the world, the Chuck Schumers of the world, to pay attention and also accept that this is the new progressive movement. And if they choose to speak out against it, they'll get more pushback from their average base when it comes to their constituents who support the Democratic Party, right? And I think the Democratic Party is at a standhold right now, where they're forced to just recognize the DSA and recognize the fact that their voter base wants a more progressive Democratic Party, right? Just like MAGA, just like MAGA movement, which wants more of a conservative America, the Democratic Party wants more of a progressive party in terms of how they move, their messaging, and what they choose to stand for, right? May that be universal healthcare, universal housing, or affordable housing, childcare, right? Affordable childcare. And when it comes to, obviously, to circle back to Mamdani, Mamdani here in New York, he's advocating, especially with his restructuring in terms of obviously balancing the budget. NYCHA, which is our public housing, which is federal housing, but it is partially, a small portion of that is funded by the state, and then it's managed by the city here in particular when it comes to New York, it's had a crumbling infrastructure. And so, the issue with NYCHA has been to give it support in the form of, if I'm not mistaken, the infrastructure is crumbling, and to completely fix it as a whole, it would take close to 30 to 40 billion dollars. And so with this budget, he's managed to allocate 5 billion over 5 years to make and save certain housing complexes of NYCHA through repairs, but others are just in so much disrepair that it doesn't make sense to put the funding into those NYCHA buildings. Certain NYCHA buildings will have to be taken down, but will be replaced with more affordable housing options, right? For those very same tenants. They're not going to be displaced, but they will be in a non-NYCHA building, or essentially what they're doing is having the private developers work in conjunction with the city, where the private developers build the buildings, and then they're subsidized through a voucher system that allows for the city or the state to pay a difference when it comes to the pricing on those housings.
Right. Okay.
And it does save them. It saves the city and the state a lot more money. Because it leaves obviously things like management, in terms of the management of the building, in terms of property taxes, and essentially they're paying that forward with the subsidies. So the apartment will be market rate, and the tenant's responsible for about 30 to 40% of the cost of that apartment, and then the rest is subsidized through the city or state. But go ahead, B.
Yeah, I hear you. But let's go back now. Let's go back a little bit. This dynamic of legacy media asking AOC, right? This is obviously the same. You could expect this out of them. They want Democrats to go against Democrats, right? They want them to challenge each other. That's the news story, right? And this is the news story that's being built up right now. So they're asking AOC because she's coming out of that, same region where the Democratic Socialist Party had a lot of victories, and it has a strong support base, right? So they're asking her what she thinks about Hakeem Jeffries, because obviously Democratic Socialists have been talking about primarying Hakeem Jeffries, right? But here's the thing. I said this before also, myself, I don't necessarily, I see Hakeem Jeffries as being a very tactical individual. When you ask him questions, he doesn't telegraph. You may not like the answer, but he often doesn't telegraph. He's very good with words and very good at being guarded. And what I mean by guarded is by giving you an answer that won't actually let you know his next move. And I think AOC is very seasoned at this point. She knows how to do the same thing. So regardless of what she thinks about Hakeem, she's not going to let some media outlet use that to their advantage. She's not going to let legacy media just pounce on that. And no, she's not going to do it. She's going to go and do what she thinks, handle what she thinks is going on, I think, without telegraphing. She could speak to Hakeem. You don't know how many other things they have going on, or what their views are of each other. I don't think people know what Hakeem Jeffries' views are on the Democratic Socialist Party. I don't think they know yet. I don't think he's spoken directly to that. I think they assume, a lot of people assume to know, because out of frustration, sometimes the base gets so frustrated that they just assume the worst out of everybody. Let's take Barack Obama in his case. He received AIPAC money too. Did he do exactly what Netanyahu wanted him to do? No. He made a deal with Iran. That went against that whole notion, right? It's called asymmetric politics. So I think a lot of times what media does and what people do is they think that politicians aren't seasoned enough, especially Dems, to play asymmetric politics, meaning not telegraphing, maybe not doing what another might typically do when engaging the same type of people. You see what I mean? So I wouldn't take AOC out of that. She knows she's in a situation where asymmetric politics is part of the game. Telegraphing is not smart if you're going to be engaged in that on any level. And I think but that's my view of it. But let me hear you. Do you expect her to answer a question about the congressional leader right then and there of the House?
I honestly do.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you know, what the party is forced for when it comes to established Dems, and again, DSA and, you know, WFP, Workers' Family Party, they're forced to work with each other, right? In a happy world, DSA would take over all of the Democratic positions and become the new Democratic Party, but that's living in a dream world, right? They do have to work together, right? And obviously, you know, parties like the DSA and WFP party, which are the most progressive within the Democratic Party, they represent more of a progressive movement, a younger movement, right? And so, you know, when we do speak about a party, and obviously in a two-party system, you just have such a vast difference in views, even if they are Democratic, right? And a lot of the Hakeem Jeffries of the world, they do represent your more affluential Democrat.
True.
Right? Your Democrat who believes in gay rights, trans rights, who is as progressive as they come. They want affordable housing, but it's not on the top of their list because it's not what plagues them. Right? They aren't reflective of the, you know, of the 70% when it comes to, you know, middle class and lower class. They're not reflective of that, right? Their lifestyle doesn't reflect it of that. And it would be disingenuous to have us believe that just because the majority of us face that reality, that they should vote specifically in that way. And I think that's where the establishment Dems have always had leverage, right? They've always had donor money. They've always had that, you know,
they've always had the support of the people.
Yeah, I mean, the blind support of the people, right? I think that's what they're realizing now. That's what they're forced to capitulate, right? I think, you know, parties like the DSA and the WFP party, they're representative of your average worker, your working American who is a Democrat, you know, when it comes to affordable housing, right? Affordable childcare, you know, affordable education, right? Those are things that, you know, your average individual does want, along with, you know, civil rights, right? Equal rights when it comes to, again, you know, rights for any colored individual, immigrants, you know, gay rights, trans rights. So yes, right? But that doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? There are other Democrats who don't face affordable housing issues. So that's not going to be the top of their priority. And the Hakeem Jeffries and the Chuck Schumers of the world, that's their reality, right? That is their base. Their base does exist. It's not that they're not fully representative of the Democratic Party. They're just now representative of a portion of that Democratic Party, even if it's a minority within the Democratic Party. And so, you know, do I expect her, you know, Mamdani and a few of the DSA candidates, they have chosen not to essentially call out the Hakeem Jeffries of the world, the Chuck Schumers of the world, just flat out, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That's also, it also goes the opposite direction. Like, I think this kind of dynamic myself, I'm gonna play what she said again, her answer, right? And then you tell me if you think she answered it sufficely, you know, but if her answer is, you know, good enough. But here's the thing, I mean, according to you, your opinion, but here's the thing, I expect both sides to be intelligent enough to understand that this is obviously a setup, right? Don't convenience people by going after each other. Nah, that's what the oligarchs want. The oligarchs, the Republicans have the House, they have the Senate, they have the Supreme Court, and they have the White House. They have control, majority control over all of those things, right? So, nah, man, and they don't play fair. They don't play fair at all. They play very slick. You know what I mean? And they use a lot of disinformation, right? They use a lot of forecasting things, like fake shit, fake pump fakes and things like that. I don't think the progressives in the Democratic Party owe anything. I don't think they owe anybody, that's out there playing this game that has power. I don't think they owe them the answers that they want out of convenience, maybe to their own constituency. But I think the constituency needs to be smart enough to go to them directly, be savvy enough to organize on the ground, wait for these people to come to their meetings, like they show up in person. And AOC is very active, you know what I mean? And others, right? I think they need to plan for the big picture, plan for how this game is played, and plan that this machine is coming to stop you, because the machine is coming to stop you. The machine has had its way the whole time, and it gets more powerful when you lose your rights. And I'm not talking about any particular ethnicity or gender. I'm talking about the average American person. They get more powerful when you lose money, when your bills become more higher, when you lose your home, when all of these things, when you lose your right to vote, when you lose your just all these right to freedom of speech, all of these things, they win, So I'm going to play this again, and of course, obviously we're going to review this because this is not the first time they're going to ask, or the last time, right? This is probably going to become more heightened. Let's just hear her response real quick one more time and see to the question, right? Let's hear the question and then hear the answer. And I'm not putting AOC on the spot because I really do dig AOC, and I think she's a strong fighter. And I'm not for abandoning people that do strong. There's people that have done less that could be challenged right now, but
just a part of what you said. I take your point. Do you still feel, though, if Democrats went back to the House, that Hakeem Jeffries is the right person to lead?
I've engaged in many conversations with Leader Jeffries, and for me, and we have a broad caucus, right? For me, I have made very clear that one of my priorities in determining and in a leader determination is securing public housing financing for New York City. And Leader Jeffries has made his prioritization for the residents of public housing very clear. And for that reason, I will be supporting Hakeem Jeffries for leader.
Okay.
I love this clip.
What do you think about that? Did she answer it? Was that suffice? Does that suffice? Yeah, we're waiting for Michael to get back. He's listening, obviously, now. Maybe the stream is a couple seconds back. Yeah. What you think about that?
I mean,
it's just about housing. It's just about housing, really. So, yeah.
I think this is where...
But it's also about supporting. Do you support Hakeem Jeffries in general, too?
There you go.
It's about that, too, right?
Politics are going to politics, right?
Yeah.
Like, you see how she specifically highlighted housing, right?
Yes.
But she didn't highlight a plethora of things that she could have either called him out or also supported him in.
There you
right?
go.
And this is where politics are going to politics,
yeah,
right? Because these conversations are going to happen behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
As someone who has a few people, and even myself, when it comes to campaign managing, they know the numbers, right? Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats will not ignore the numbers. They have data.
Yeah.
Right? And that data is changing every single month, especially as the primaries and the midterms continue to go on.
Right.
If they have to pivot to still maintain the vote of the Democratic Party as a whole, you'll start seeing that rhetoric change even amongst the establishment Dems. Right? And so to infight publicly wouldn't make sense.
It would make sense.
Right? It wouldn't make sense. It would not make sense. Right? The same way Hakeem Jeffries said, hey, you know what? I'm going to have a talk with Mamdani. Me and him are going to have a talk.
Yeah.
Right? It obviously dog whistles to the establishment Dems that, he's going to get the DSA in alignment.
Right.
But also, do we think that's going to happen? Probably not. Probably not. Right. Because when you're winning the approval overwhelmingly in a progressive state like New York, while having your policies backed up, and you continue to periodically make gains within the Democratic Party in terms of visibility and acceptance, you get a person like a Hakeem Jeffries who is forced to accept that, right? But it doesn't make sense to obviously, again, the Democratic Party will eventually see the data, whether it makes sense to continue to run a Jeffries, to continue to run a Schumer, right?
Some
They
adjustments will
see-
be made appropriately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And again, this is the data that we don't see. And remember what AOC said. AOC essentially said the same thing that I'm saying. The Democratic Party exists of multiple different types of people that support a vast amount of things, right?
Yeah.
And just because the DSA movement is popular and is probably what most Americans would ideally want in terms of progressiveness, that doesn't mean that every single Democrat solely exists for the progression issues or the kitchen table issues that DSA essentially runs on front and forward, like housing, like healthcare, like education, right? So it does make sense, what she's saying, but again, she's being a politician as well, right?
She's
I think
being
that's
very
what it means to
specific.
be a
She's
politician.
being very
Exactly.
specific. Yeah, she's holding
She
to
said
the question as it was posed and nothing
Yes.
else. And you can't assume anything else from it because she's not
Yeah.
addressing anything else. She's addressing just that
Exactly.
about the housing. So,
Housing. She
yeah,
supports
yeah.
him on housing, and for that reason, she is supporting him in terms of candidacy, right? In terms of keeping his position.
Yeah, and it is
That is
politics.
essentially what
Politics. Politicians, they're going to be held accountable regardless by people. So it's not personal against any question about Hakeem Jeffries. It's not personal. It's politics. The people want stuff, and they have every right to demand what they want and what they need. And it's up to politicians to adjust, or to react either way, right? And however they react or adjust, if they win or lose the next election, that's just up to them. It's not personal, right? The people, it's all about the people. And if I believe any real politician understands that, times change, nothing is finite, and American people have had enough. People are demanding stuff, and it's not just the left, it's the right too. The right didn't get all those wonderful things that Trump promised. The right basically didn't get 90% of them. They didn't get anything. They didn't even get the immigrant thing, man. They can't even prove that they kicked out more immigrants than Obama. They can't even prove that yet. Targeting immigrants, has it improved the employment yet? A year and a half into it? No. Targeting immigrants, has it improved the price of housing yet? No. That didn't work. It's like, so Americans have a lot to be concerned about. And, my view is that get your civics together, learn your constitution, learn what other Western nations are doing with their tax dollars, other Western capitalistic nations and that are very capitalistic, learn what they're doing with their tax dollars, learn what their citizens vote for and demand out of their taxes they pay, and start to make some adjustments. Because if you don't make the adjustments, the Democratic Socialist Party is going to grow. And it's going to grow. It might even grow on the right wing. You might get a right wing. You might get a party. Because right wing, even the right wing governments in Europe, they agree with universal health care, universal education. So you might get a Republican one that their only issue is immigration and everything else is like the Democratic Socialist Party. You might get that next. So
remember, that's why I say progressiveness looks different in every state.
Yeah.
Progressiveness looks different in every city.
Yeah.
Right? When we're talking about, when we talk, we can use Texas, for example, right? I doubt that, if a candidate were to pop up in terms of the DSA, that they're going to be front and forward on trans rights, right? Or gay rights.
True.
Right? They may win off of affordable housing, off of healthcare, off of childcare. It doesn't mean that they'll vote to repeal any other civil rights that, the LGBT community may have, but it wouldn't make sense for them to solely use that rhetoric because they're not going to get the vote with that rhetoric in that state, right? Every state has its different levels of progressiveness. And the main idea behind that progressiveness is to vote on what plagues individuals the most front and forward within that state. And for America as a whole, that looks like housing, that looks like childcare, that looks like healthcare, right?
Yeah. It looks like
And
a fair
that's
wage,
essentially
a fair living wage.
exactly.
Yeah.
Those are things that's also what I was trying to circle back yesterday with Friars,
Yeah.
right? When he was speaking on San Francisco and them obviously being so outraged versus, when it comes to the Palestine issue, it's how progressive do you want your candidates, right? Is this a minority amongst the minorities that specifically want to hyperfixate on the Palestine issue? It doesn't mean that you don't state your stance, but if you're staunchly stuck on advocating for that, you're probably going to lose a lot of votes and a lot of support, right? Especially depending on where you're at,
especially when it comes to votes, when it comes to laws being passed, actual change. You probably, because it has to come in the form of a law, right? Congress has got to start acting. They got to make decisions on it. And you got to ask, what are they more liable to? Who are they most liable to? Is it the American people and the welfare of the American people? Or is it to someone else outside? And that same goes to Israel. Like, are we liable for this? Is that our top priority, Israel? Or is our top priority a living wage, housing, fair housing, affordable housing? Is our, top priority child care? Is it elder care? Is it, are these, things that affect the American people directly? And that's no offense to anybody else, and especially no offense to Palestinians, because we know that you're in a bad situation. No one has done enough to address the Palestinian issue.
Exactly.
Like, period. But
and that's globally, right?
That's globally. That's for every other country too. Everybody else involved. Saudi Arabia hasn't done enough. Egypt hasn't done enough. Yeah, I mean, Iran, I don't even think Iran has done enough, because just bombing Israel is not necessarily helping Palestinians.
Yeah, right.
I'm not trying to get too much in the middle, but I'm just saying, has it helped Palestinians? They may not be too many of them left after a while, bro.
Yeah, exactly. If they don't get the proper help, right? The right help through legislation, through partnership with other countries, not just the U.S., right? Who obviously has intrinsic ties to obviously Israel as well in terms of our connection, right? And so, to speak on that is to speak on a progressive manner, and progressive manner means to find the most impactful and forward movement in a situation, right? And so.
Yeah, Mike, you on point, bro. Good commentary, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And to circle back to America first, right? When we mean America first, we mean what legislations are going to promote Americans first, what's going to impact our daily life, so that way once our daily life is better, now we can progress forward and obviously
address other issues.
Other people, other people, other issues, other topics, but it starts with legislation, right? So, to circle back to AOC, obviously Hakeem Jeffries and the Democratic Party as a whole, they clearly know that affordability is an issue, and the main tackle point is going to be housing, right? Housing. And when we look at housing, we look at the housing market as a whole, we look at the renting market as a whole, and it has become overpriced.
Yep.
And
even for Republicans, even for red state people, right? Folks can't move out of their mom's homes, Yeah, no,
especially in Republican states, especially in particular Republican states, right, where your minimum wage hasn't raised in tens of years, right? 20 plus years, 30 plus years of having the same minimum wage with low taxes hasn't saved your housing market from increasing exponentially, right? In fact, you've been more priced out because your average worker is less likely to make a living wage enough to even put a down payment on a home. They're being more priced out on the renters market as well. And we see that here, even in a place like New York with higher taxes, but much higher pay, right? You can see that in a place like DC and a place like, where the pay is much higher, but the housing market proportion to that
is insane.
Is insane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so
it's
when
tripled.
we look at
It's tripled in 20 years.
Yes.
Like, what the hell?
Yes. Well, you can even circle back to two of the main, red states when it comes to Florida and Texas. They essentially have their housing market has priced out a lot of individuals, right? A lot of individuals. And again, when we want to circle Texas and Florida, Texas in particular, that also is a compounding reason why they lead the country in uninsured individuals. It starts with housing.
They don't want to live, bro. They don't want the. They don't.
You can't afford healthcare. You get what I'm saying?
Bro,
you can't afford the extra money for healthcare.
Red state voters don't want to survive a health crisis. They don't want their parents to survive a health crisis. They don't want their kids to survive a health crisis. They don't want their spouse to survive a health crisis. They don't want their neighborhood teacher to survive a health crisis. They don't want it's like they don't want. Goddamn, they have the most uninsured people in America. Like, what's going on? And they're not voting about it. Like, but in any case, you can't expect people that don't care about themselves, their own families, and their own communities to care about Palestinians. It just
there you go.
It just don't work. You know what I mean? Or Israelis. You know what I'm saying? But somehow Israelis found a way around that and get their money anyway. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but all right.
I mean, the NDAA.
Yeah.
But yes.
So, look, let me see. Do me a favor, everybody that's listening right now. Do me a favor, click the like button. Let's get the likes up. If you've been in the chat, if you've been watching this time, obviously you like something. So do me a favor, click the like button. It helps more people come across the stream now and later. Do me a favor, if you've been in the chat this time and you haven't subscribed, do yourself a favor and subscribe, because in a minute I'm going to go on subscriber mode. And what that means is that people that are not subscribed are going to be known. At that point, that means you've been in the chat for a whole time and you ain't even think to do your little part. It's free. It's free. It's nothing wrong with doing something that helps me too. Okay, so let's get ready to go on subscriber mode. You got a couple seconds to subscribe so you don't look like a jerk. Don't worry, your past comments will remain. But it's just letting me know, like, come on, do you even want to play this thing fair or not? So let's find out who subscribed. There we go. Let's do it. Keep count. That gives us something to qualify. You know what I'm saying? Like another qualifying dynamic occurs. Let's see who subscribed. Now, to everybody else just listening, and I appreciate you coming out and listening. That gives us something. All right, here we go. Yeah, let me pause that. So let's see. Anybody subscribed? Who was subscribed? Anybody been in that chat for a half an hour? Ain't subscribed? I see a lot of people didn't subscribe. What's going on with that? I don't get that, man. Oh, well, I enjoyed you. The chat was open. Your comments were wonderful, but it can't be a one-sided thing. It can't just be about what you want only. Next time, think about that, because I'm sure if you treat other American people like that, like you just treated me, things ain't going well for the U.S., not at all. You got to think past yourself. You got to get the small things right, In any case, let's move on. You see that? You see how many people didn't subscribe, bro? Now we know who it was. Should I go back and count who it was? They want you to do what they telling you to do, but they don't want to subscribe. I got you. Want their opinions known. I feel like you being too violent. Okay, all right, I got you. But it's a half an hour later. Did you subscribe? No. So yeah, conversations go both ways, and then there's consequences when they don't. So here is the link to the panel. You can still hop up though, although it's going to take you 5 minutes to get back in the chat once you're subscribed now, since you didn't subscribe when I said subscribe or earlier, didn't think of it on your own. It says here, panel up. If you want to be a part of the conversation, click the Discord link. You still have that opportunity, whether you're whether you're in the chat or not. You don't have to type anything in the chat. You can just click the link. The link is fully visible, and take it for there. You can still see the chat, but you can't just type in it so easily. It'll take you 5 minutes now to get back in. Should I change it to 1 minute? Yeah, let me go change it to 1 minute, man. So maybe for some people, it's a learning lesson. Because I value you. even though you didn't really value me, you know. But I'm a businessman. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. So here you go. Yeah. Here you go. It is still a business, okay, whether I'm a businessman or not. So here you go. You know? Yeah.
Yeah,
Here you go. It is still a business, okay, whether I'm...
If you want to continue to engage, right, I think it's a bit disingenuous to, you know, give your own talking points and give your opinion without a mutual relationship in terms of subscription, right? I think that's one-sided, right? That's a bit one-sided, but you're more than welcome to chime in.
Yeah, 1 minute. You got the 1 minute countdown. You'll be back. Now that you've been identified as a one-sided participant, yeah, thanks to the rest of you who did subscribe and click the like button. I appreciate that very much. Now let's keep this party going. Let's see here. Trump slipped on his playbook, and let's see what Midas Touch got to say about that. Big up to Midas Touch for doing some breaking news, always doing some excellent reporting.
I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history.
It's Ken Harbaugh with the Midas Touch.
He'd be the greatest communist in history? Wow.
Touch Network. We are beginning to see the Trump regime's game plan for the November midterms, at least rhetorically. A couple themes stand out. The first and most consistent is the undermining of Americans' faith in our elections. We've talked about that a lot here and will continue to, but the bottom line is that the regime needs to both manufacture crises that can justify interfering in elections, and it needs to sow enough doubt about their outcomes that it can challenge the results when it loses. Case in point.
And you know what they do? They cheat. How many votes do we need? How many votes? That's why they take their time. How many votes do we need? Okay, here they are. Honestly, it's terrible. We're a third world country with elections.
Everything is projection with Trump. We literally have him on tape asking to find enough extra votes in Georgia to steal an election. There are other themes emerging as well. Of course, we have the tried and true tactic of demonizing minority groups, trans people, immigrants. I'm from Ohio, and the lies that Trump and Vance have spread about the Haitian community in Springfield and everywhere, they're horrific. And then there's the latest rhetorical attack, which honestly should come as no surprise. Without Trump, the communists will take over America.
So they're turning communists themselves. It's becoming a communist party. These are not social democrats. These are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless communists. All communists are godless. They don't believe in God. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence, in my opinion, 250 years ago. This is a major threat to our country.
I don't need to tell you how absurd this is. The idea of communism has become a boat.
I mean, where does that make sense? I mean, you know, it's a lot of people that like, what is Cuba classified as? How many Catholics are in Cuba? Venezuela. How many Catholics are in Venezuela? Like, Russia. How many Orthodox Christians are in Russia? Like,
What's Mondani again? He's an atheist, right? No, he's a Muslim. Like,
right? Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, exactly, man. What is it? What's going on? You know, again, Americans, they're not even doing a good job at just being very convincing. But if you are in a cult, there's nothing anyone can do to convince you of whatever you think right now anyway. You know what I mean? And sadly enough, yeah, but this is just, it shows you what their game plan is. It is true. The same talking points. They're relying on Americans to not observe others, to not know anything else about the rest of the world, to not even know anything about their allies, to not know anything about the Western world, Western society, to not know anything about their Constitution even. This is what they're relying on Americans to do. And Americans, we need to fix those things. Like, we need to know our allies. We need to know how things are done in the rest of the Western world. We need to know our Constitution for ourselves and not be manipulated by others that want to tell us the Constitution says something that it doesn't say, right? Or allow them to manipulate us regarding our rights that we actually do have through the Constitution and through constitutional law, you know? Let's hear a little more, though, because obviously Trump is going to say a lot of other absurd things.
bogeyman for this
This is Ken Hardball, right? This is Ken at Midas Touch.
Administration with no real meaning behind
Hardball.
it. It's the Trump regime that has been moving to seize the means of production in industries like chip making and AI. Trump, not the Democrats, strong-armed companies like Intel into granting the government ownership stakes. Again, everything is projection with this president. In his prophetic novel 1984, George Orwell wrote about the inversion of language itself, the way authoritarians twist words and command us not to believe what our own eyes are seeing. The fact that the Trump regime is doing this with the idea of communism itself, that's as Orwellian as it gets. I spoke with Andrea Chalupa about this. We've had Andrea on before. She's an author, journalist, and filmmaker whose work traces a through line from Stalin's Soviet Union to Putin's Russia to Trump's America. She now hosts the Gaslit Nation podcast, where she argues that authoritarianism abroad and at home share the same playbook. And she has a new graphic novel out, Mrs. Orwell, about George Orwell's fascinating and equally accomplished wife, who originated the idea for his groundbreaking novel, 1984. Here's our conversation. Andrea, thanks so much for joining me today. I don't often get to say what a beautiful book and mean it literally. I usually mean it in a literary way, but this is literally a beautiful book. What made you choose to go with the graphic novel approach, and how did you find, you're going to have to help me with his name pronunciation, Bram Revel?
Bram Revel is the brilliant illustrator of my new graphic novel, Mrs. Orwell, which tells the story of George Orwell's marriage through these crucible moments with his brilliant Irish English poet, wife and muse, Eileen O'Shaughnessy. And we enter their marriage through these life or death moments that produce great enduring works of art. We meet them when they're young in this whirlwind romance, and they get swept up fighting fascists in the Spanish Civil War, where Eileen literally saves his life, and on it goes. And so I, as a journalist, as a historian, I chose the graphic novel for this because I also produced and wrote the film Mr. Jones about the Holodomor, Stalin's genocide famine in Ukraine, starring James Norton, Vanessa Kirby, Peter Sarsgaard, and directed by the great Agnieszka Holland. And in Mr. Jones, you see the young, idealistic journalist Gareth Jones risking his life and career to go into Ukraine, report on what Stalin was doing there, and come out and blow the lid on this huge story, and then pay the ultimate price of it. He was mysteriously murdered. But as you see in my film, there's this mysterious writer by the name of George Orwell who's writing the words of Animal Farm that narrate Gareth's journey to get the truth out into the world, reminding us that the truth cannot be killed. So where Gareth left off, Orwell continues. And that is exactly the work that all of us journey to get the truth out into the world, reminding us that the truth cannot be killed, reminding us that the truth cannot be killed. So where Gareth left off, Orwell continues. And that is exactly the work that all of us independent journalists, analysts are doing today. We're working together in coalition to get the truth out into the world because the truth ultimately prevails.
Wow, bro. I'm digging this right here. I'm really digging this. That's what we all have to remind people of, that remind ourselves of, that as much as you have these manipulators in the metasphere, because they're very good at pretending to be something they're not. That's why I always like to call them up on the panel. You know, it's great to have opinions, but let us know you're a real human being by hearing your voice, right? So we can ask you a question spontaneously and see how you respond. Come on up, man. We're living in the days of Elon Musk, the metasphere, Facebook, trolling, and all of this stuff. And they warp people's sense of reality. And how we move forward is going to be exactly to combat that. The truth may not be perfect. The truth may not be what you want to hear, but it's going to be real coming out of people's mouths, at least. Even if it's not the truth, it's going to be some real people saying it, at least. It's not going to just be the metasphere and trolls and shit. But go ahead, bro. What you want to say? That's I'm going to have to pick this book up.
No, you know, I wanted, you know, just for obviously the viewers, I want to get, obviously this is recontextualizing George Orwell's body of work, and he's known for mainly two. He's obviously has other bodies of work, but his main two bodies of work are 1984 1984, which is pretty much a dystopian novel that depicts, you know, a totalitarian future ruled by surveillance state. And the idea of Big Brother, you know, and then it has Animal Farm, which that was the last point she touched on, which is an allegorical novel in which farm animals overthrow their human farmer.
Yeah, I remember that book from middle school.
By power hungry pigs. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, you know, just so,
power hungry
pigs.
Pigs.
And so, yes. So essentially, that's kind of what her book, it kind of recontextualized as that in modern day age.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, the reasons why are clearly because of what we're facing now.
Absolutely.
But it does speak to, you know, a current contemporary time right now, and what we're facing with this administration and just in politics in general, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's happening.
The psychological attack,
the
disinformation attack, the psychological attack on American people, which is a form of warfare. It's been executed on the American population, basically. Yeah.
You know, when we are criminalizing free speech, when we are, you know, de-incentivizing free speech through surveillance, right? Through suppression.
Threatening journalists.
And, that's a form of suppression, right? Suppression in the form of journalism.
Taking away the FCC rights of cable, of news channels.
Yep. Suppressing media, right?
Yeah.
Suppressing journalism, suppressing individual rights.
Attacking protesters.
Yeah. And I think, you know, obviously it's relevant in today's atmosphere, you know, in today's zeitgeist. And it's something that I think a lot of newer or younger individuals will benefit from, you know, especially with the changing in terms of the Board of Education and things of that nature.
Right.
You know, I do think that it gives a refresher, especially, you know, this author who they covered her work, you know, it refreshes the reader, right? Who maybe hasn't read Orwell's work or isn't too familiar with his work. You know, it gives them a recontextual framework for them to understand what that means and why his work is still relevant to almost, you know, like 80 years later, right? And so, you know, I think that it is reminiscent for them to understand that this isn't new, right? I think a lot of even people who feel hopeless have to understand that this isn't new, right? There have been other Trumps in the form of this isn't new, Reagan's in particular, which is obviously what he gets the "Make America Great" slogan from. It's Reagan, Ronald Reagan, you know, and you know people like Nixon. So this is not new, right? Like what this administration is currently doing. It's not something that's new. It may feel like it's new. It's obviously recontextualized in today's modern times, which does make it a little bit more scary because you would have assumed that politics of yesteryears were left in yesterday's politics.
Right.
But that's where the appeal to make America great again comes into play, right? But yesterday's America is not today's America, right? The policies, the people, the dynamics are all different now than they were, you know, yesteryear. So to say "Make America Great Again," it also implies that America isn't great now, right? Through all the progression that we've made, through all the progression we've made, just as in terms of civil rights, in terms of people's rights, right? And that's, you know, that's obviously on this administration, but it does speak to the fact that, you know, we do know that this has happened before, right? And we will survive something like this.
Yes.
And it starts by voting, right? Because I think a lot of times, especially even with Trump, it's been more so to disenfranchise us, but also de-incentivize us from voting. Right, that's where we're getting, you know, lower voter turnout.
Yeah. The disinformation, the disinformation tells you all the parties are the same, right? Okay, so you don't vote. If they're all the same, then you don't vote. Then they, start telling you about, just other dynamics that basically things will never change. Stuff like this. Your vote doesn't matter. They spread this around, and you get you get 90 million Americans that don't vote in an election, while they're paying the taxes for the representatives. They're paying the salary of the representative to have better health care than they have. Supreme Court judges, they're paying their salary every month. They get a check from the U.S. taxpayer. And then at the same time, they're putting out this, your vote doesn't count. No, your vote counts, and your not voting counts. Your not voting definitely counts. Yeah.
They wouldn't stop mail-in ballots, right? They wouldn't limit mail-in ballots. If it didn't, they wouldn't challenge birthright citizenship. If it didn't, right, they wouldn't go to the lengths that they're going in terms of appealing it all the way up to the Supreme Court to stop that, right? Or to impact it in a way that negatively affects you if it didn't matter, if it didn't count,
Right.
And so, and I do think that, unfortunately, I think that has to do with just, the current contemporary age as well. A lot of people don't read. They don't read, right? They don't read. So unfortunately,
sadly enough,
it sucks, right? So
don't read for themselves. Don't read their own constitution for themselves. Also, don't read on a level where they're able to comprehend what's being said in an in-depth way. Don't have comparative data to sort through to find out what information doesn't stand the test of the facts, essentially, right? Versus the lies. They don't, and it's so sad, bro. They don't read, so they don't get access to the core data. They have to rely to people on YouTube to tell them what they think the data says instead of giving them the data.
And it also leads to them just being more susceptible to something like misinformation and disinformation, right?
Voting for people that don't have their interests at heart because they don't understand the issues or how they're codified. Let me 1 second.
And
let me just say big up to Madam. She wants to plug a book. It says, I like to plug another book. It's called Nerdreich by Gil Duran. Appreciate that, Madam. Good looking out.
Nerdreich's a good one. They also have Pink Nazi. That's also another one that kind of gives a dynamic on the current conservative movement or the conservative movement in general, and how it has strong links to LGBT, right, and self-hatred. But that's also a good one. But yes, thank you, madam.
But go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm listening.
That's where it's just become easier for disinformation and misinformation, because a lot of individuals, due to the internet and the ease of internet, they don't read. Right, so it's easier to misinform someone. It's easier to dismiss certain facts when you don't necessarily understand how to source those facts as well. Right, fact sourcing is also another thing that we have gotten away from when we don't get to cite sources. Right, people don't cite sources because their sources is just some obscure place on the internet that they read it from. Right, it's no longer an actual person, an author, a living being that they can go, you know what, this is who I read this source from, and I trust this information because that person has written several books. That person has had several positions and titles. That person has multiple degrees in this subject in particular, so they have better insight. We no longer care about credentials, right? Credentials come along with a level of mandated information, right? We no longer take the person who has a PhD in political science's word anymore, because we rather hear someone who just fills our narrative that we agree with versus the facts, right? Versus
and
someone
even
having
worse.
to be.
And even worse, we don't even know what a PhD is supposed to, what be the becoming of a PhD, the training of a PhD is. A lot of us don't even realize what their job, what that actually means. What is a PhD? How much, what is the criteria to become a PhD? How do you home in? What is the work ethic of supposed to be of a PhD? You know what I mean? How do they collect information? What's their process for sorting through data? for finding truth.
Exactly.
You know, yeah, bro, and yeah, I agree 100%. This is like, you're right. We're living in these times here where this game has been played on the American people, and American people need to know. They were talking about this in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. They were talking about what is happening to Americans' minds back then. They anticipated this happening.
Yes, they did.
You know, the dumbing down of America. The dumbing down of America, bro. Like,
and it's hard because that's where, you know, to tell someone that they are misinformed or disinformed or can't cite a source, it comes off as an insult to them, right? And so for them to hear that, they're essentially taking it as, oh, you're calling me stupid. No, I'm calling you ill-informed. I'm calling you uneducated on this particular topic because you're just going based off rhetoric and not fact. Rhetoric and you can't cite a source. Rhetoric and going off of emotion, and then calling me a liar because you don't like the facts that I'm providing. Right? And unfortunately, it's become the popular trend of today, right?
Way too popular. Way too popular, man. It's just way. And the thing about Europe, I think that Europe got to watch the United States fall for this. They prepared free education, paid education. Everybody has access to training, to learning how to collect data, how to make reports, how to read, write, how to comprehend what's going on in the societies they live in. The civil society, civics, right? Just how things work. Tax code. It's all, you know, based on having access to education, proper education, you know, is how you access knowledge on your own society, how your society works is. And they somehow dodged the bullet. The United States did not dodge the bullet. We don't back up education. Yeah, go ahead.
What has this current administration done, right? In fact, they've dismantled the Board of Education, right? They've made it harder for recognized degrees such as becoming a teacher, becoming a nurse, right? Becoming a psychiatrist or psychologist, right? A therapist, right? And so these are all things that they have now made it harder to acquire grants, right? Government grants. When they do that, they make it harder to acquire government grants, which allow you at an affordable rate to obtain a lot of these degrees, right? And that's in part with their plan, right? We can circle back to, you know, even something as you know, that they touched on in this clip that you showed, right? The rhetoric around, you know, Haitian Americans or Haitians in general, and how, you know, they claim that they were eating cats and dogs, and now more recently they've circled back to saying that they've obviously eliminated their asylum status, right? Potentially sending
that fast
hundreds of thousands of Haitians back. And it's been, again, they set up that play, right? It was set up months ago, years ago,
a year ago,
before Trump was even running. Before Trump was even running. Right?
They're eating cats and dogs.
They're eating the cat
when he was running,
dog, right?
Yep. And now, and everyone explained that these people were invited to work. Specifically, they were invited to work, and that town needed them. People didn't want to work in the factory there, in the industry there, in Ohio. They were invited there. It was so successful. The business became so successful that they needed to make housing for people, fair housing. That became an issue, and then all of a sudden, the whole tide was turned from successful town, successful business, to emerging economy, growing economy, to they're eating the cats and the dogs. And now they call it temporary a protective status, but the temporary protective status is only there because after they were invited, Congress let them down by not giving them a real status. So then then Biden had to come in and give them TPS, and then no one did a damn thing after that. You know, and these people were contributing to the economy.
Yeah,
they're contributing to everybody else's health care. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, no, right? No, it's the truth, right? They are contributing to everyone's health care, our overall bottom line when it comes to our tax dollars, without receiving the major benefits that come along with it. right? Because they aren't citizens, so they can't benefit from it.
Right.
And I want to circle the fact that it they will suffer, right? Like not necessarily them in particular.
Right.
They will the industry will suffer now. That state will suffer now, right? Because they are forced to have the workplace absent of these individuals, absent of this migration, benefited that economy, that industrial economy in particular, right? And so now that red state is going to disproportionately suffer. Period.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Are they going to expand the
so that
education? Are they going to
There you
expand
go.
trade schools in the state? So more Americans can actually involve themselves in upcoming trades, or are they just going to do both? Not fund trade schools so that they're affordable for people in the state, and then complain about people that already work in that particular industry being invited to work. I mean,
even if they were to expand, the trade schools, we have to understand that it takes time, and also you have to have someone who is years and dedicated to that field,
goal,
right? Where here in America, we like our mobility, we like our flexibility,
Yeah.
right? If we don't like a certain job, we as Americans have gotten accustomed to just go finding a different one in a different field, where immigrants tend to do less of that because they want more of that immediate financial stability, and they don't have the benefits of the social programs that allow for a lot of Americans to do that, right?
Yo, Michael.
That allow for a lot of Americans.
Michael,
Yeah.
you should run for office in New York, bro. You should run for office. You should run for office, bro. You know your shit, bro. You know your stuff, man. Seriously.
I don't know about that. It's a very, I think New York is very competitive.
It's very competitive.
It
yeah, that's true. I know what you mean. You're not the only one that's that's progressive and knows the work, right? That knows the data.
Yeah, no, I think
you got good
a
mentors,
lot
bro. You got great mentors.
No, I definitely have. Like I said, I've had, some of my best friends were campaign managers for a lot of the Democrats currently in office now.
Yeah, there you go.
And so I learned a lot from them, and obviously on my own.
Yeah.
But it does. Have I thought about it? Yeah, I've thought about it just on the most local level, like on assembly member levels and stuff like that.
Right.
For more
It's
rougher
possible.
districts, especially when it comes to poverty.
Yeah.
It is possible.
It's possible. Maybe in
it's
the
just-
future. Yeah.
Yeah, not to say that I wouldn't, but for me, I find more in educating, right? More in educating and explaining, and I think that's a big void in today's politics, right? That educational standpoint, a lot of people won't take the time to educate their fellow Americans on the facts, right? Or they just don't care about their fellow American enough to participate in what that looks like, unfortunately.
Right.
And I do find pleasure in that, right? I find a sense of self gratification in educating.
Yeah, true. That's a necessary field in itself. I mean, we do need people that are educating others. And we have a deep need for that actually right now. Let me see. Here's the panel link for people that are listening. If you would like to challenge some of Michael's views or my views, you're more than free to hop up. The chat is open again. The only reason why I shut down the chat before, put it in subscriber mode, was to show you how many people stay in the chat for a half an hour and won't even subscribe to your channel. Right. So I just wanted to qualify their statements by showing that they have demands, but they're not givers either. Demands of others, but now willing to give something for free, like a subscription. So it's free to subscribe. It's open again. It's free to be in the chat now. Now you don't even have to be a subscriber. Okay, you can just think about yourself in your own comments and not have to think about any response. And the panel is still open. The panel's always been open to anyone that wants to speak. Let people hear your voice. Let people know more about you, man. Let us ask you some questions too. Let's have it both ways. Let's see how we respond to being put on the spot. Yeah. And you just can't do that in the chat. You can't put people on the spot in the chat. It doesn't work that way. And we can't put you on the spot in the chat too. There's too much space to hide,
Yeah, definitely way too much space to hide, right? An anonymous voice.
Yeah, exactly. Unidentified and anonymous. Got an opinion again. Can't even click the subscribe button. Huh. Shame on you. Now, now let's go over to the data. Thanks for breaking those things down to us, though, Mike. Fortunate to have you here, bro. Definitely as a contributor and soon co-producer of his own segments and things like this, or co-producer of maybe some of my segments too. So look out, y'all. But now, before we get out, I noticed somebody in the chat said anybody can be on the internet telling people information. Yeah, and we're going to do some more. We're going to show you what was said on CNN right here. Okay? Anybody can have a television station and tell people what's going on too. Yeah. If you got $1 billion, you can. Right? But you don't have $1 billion. And in case you missed this is what they're saying on CNN about the data.
If I was a Republican member of Congress and I'm listening to President Trump, the only words that enter my mind are, oh God, no, what are you doing? And that is because the issue has not gone away at all. Google searches for affordability. Look at this, up 500% this week versus the pre-2026 average. In fact, Johnny B, they reached, you have it going across the top of your screen, reached an all-time, well, I couldn't get the pen. There we go. All-time high this week. So no, the issue of affordability isn't going away. There's a reason why Republicans wanted this legislation not just passed, but signed into law by the President of the United States, because this is the issue, of course, that got Donald Trump elected in the first place, and they want to be able to give their voters something, their members of Congress something, so that the voters perhaps, don't vote him out of office come November.
Affordability, an all-time high for searches
this
week? An
all-time high this week. Affordability.
On the week that he decided not to sign the housing bill.
Great politics.
He ran on affordability,
yes.
Right? In terms of fulfilling those election promises, how's the president doing?
Okay, so you see affordability up 500% in terms of people searching on Google, an all-time high. This comes back to the issue we've spoken about over and over and over again. President Trump got elected to bring down inflation, got elected to fix the economy in the voters' minds. And do they think he's keeping his campaign promises? No. Oh, God, no. Trump kept his 2024 campaign promises. You go back to April of 2025 among voters, the bare majority, but a majority nonetheless, 52% said yes, 47% said no. That 52% down into the ground now. Now it's 40%. While that percentage who said no, it's up. Now it's the clear majority. 55% say that Trump is not keeping his campaign promises. So when he is off yesterday, not signing that bill to help make housing more affordable, instead talking about the SAVE Act, this is what they're talking about. President Trump taking his eyes off the ball and not keeping his 2024 campaign
Which
promises.
party do people trust more to deal with these issues?
Yeah, this is the reason why Republicans in Congress simply wanted this legislation not just passed, but signed into law, because the buck is going to stop with them come the 2026 midterm elections, because President Trump is not on the ballot. Trusted more on the cost of living. You go back to January of the beginning of this year, it was the GOP by point. Look at this. This is the trend that makes Republicans in Congress shake in their boots, because it is one thing if President Trump has low approval ratings on inflation. The question, of course, is will it funnel its way down ballot? Information like this, data like this says it absolutely will. And now Democrats lead on the issue. They got President Trump reelected in the first place, simply because they don't think the President of the United States is keeping his campaign promises, and will absolutely take it out on Republicans this fall.
A notable political environment for all the actions taken this week.
This, to me, is the Democrats' secret weapon, right? Because we talk about, oh my goodness, gas prices, and we say, hey, that's the big issue of the day when it comes to affordability. But look at this. What is folks' biggest financial concern? Gas is way down here at 8%. Look at what is number one, though. It is healthcare. It is healthcare. Number one, 22% of Americans say their biggest financial concern is healthcare. That beats food at 18%, and housing, of course, we've been talking about that housing bill, down there at 14%. Nuh-uh. They got nothing on healthcare, which is the number one financial concern to Americans today.
How do people think the Trump administration is doing on healthcare?
And this, to me, is why it's one of the big reasons why that healthcare is the Democrats' secret weapon heading into the midterm elections. Because when it comes to healthcare costs, look at this. Trump's net approval rating, the net approval rating of the Trump administration on healthcare costs. Look at this. 36 points underwater. 36% more of the electorate disapproved than approved of the job that the Trump administration is doing on healthcare costs. And look at this among independents. 50 points underwater. So when it comes to Americans' top financial concern, the Trump administration, 36 points underwater. And with among independents, which we know the Trump administration and Trump in particular is struggling with, 50 points underwater. My goodness gracious.
And the answer might be obvious, but which party is trusted more then on healthcare?
Yeah, so you see, Trump really struggling here. But here, even with the obvious, there's an interesting little nugget going on here. The party trusted more in healthcare. You go back to 2018, right, when they were trying to overturn the ACA, the Democrats had a 17-point advantage on healthcare. Look at this now. In 2026, the advantage has actually expanded out. It's actually even larger than it was back in 2018 during the Trump first midterm. Look at this, a 21-point advantage. So you look at those healthcare costs when it comes to the Americans' top financial concerns. You look at how far underwater Trump is, especially among independents, and you see this big democratically, you go, hey, if you're a Democrat, you'd be taking the ball and running when it comes to healthcare.
I mean, of course, this also a big Democratic year.
And that's exactly right. When the Democrats had a big advantage on healthcare, they got a net gain of 40 seats in the House. We'll see what happens this time around.
So much has happened in 2026 so far. We forget this year began with the failure to expand the subsidies, the Obamacare subsidies that millions of people were getting. They were not extended, so people effectively lost some money on health care there. So the prediction, Mark, is what are they saying that these subsidies will ever get extended?
Yeah, so you see this huge Democratic advantage and Democrats trying to repeat what happened back in 2018 with those big Democratic gains in the House of Representatives. And one of the things that comes out is money coming out of your pocket, money leaving your pocket. Chance of the enhanced ACA subsidies will be extended this year. You go back to January 1, it was a 43% chance according to the Couch prediction market. Look where it is now. It's just 7%. It's just 7%. Those healthcare costs Americans feel are out of control. They really dislike President Trump on it. And Democrats, if this in fact turns out to be the case, when you see numbers like this, they may be taking the ball and running with it and running to a House majority and maybe a Senate majority as well.
It'll be interesting to see if Democrats really try to re-engage with that issue
They
in the fall.
absolutely should be running on healthcare. It is a big win for them. President Trump has been the most transformative president when it comes to border security. And when it comes to border security particularly, it's paying off for him in the polls. So just take a look here. Okay, net approval rating on border security at this point in the presidency. Look at where Joe Biden was. In June of 2022, he was way underwater. Look at this, 23 points underwater. Look at where President Trump is right now. He's actually above water. He is on the positive side of the ledger at plus 2 points. So he's 25 points more popular than Joe Biden was at this point in his presidency. And the American people, when it comes to President Trump, actually like the job that he's doing when it comes to border security in particular.
How does this trickle down?
Yeah, how does this trickle down, right? So we're talking about President Trump, but what about Republicans who are running for Congress come the midterm elections? Well, they would love to run on border security because just take a look at this. Party trusted more on border security. Among all voters, look at this Republican lead. It's a 16-point advantage. Republicans running away with it. Republicans far more trusted than Democrats are when it comes to border security. And look at among independents. Look at this lead among independents. It's nearly double what it is versus the entire electorate overall. A 30-point advantage for Republicans on border security. They are trusted far more on border security than Democrats are. And of course, that's because at the top of the ticket, right, the top of the very top in the executive branch, President Trump actually is running a positive net approval rating when it comes to border security.
There is a difference on the approach, right, from term 1 to term 2. During the first term, all the talk really was centered around building a border wall, right? Yeah. Where's the conversation around that now?
Yeah, okay. When it comes to extending the border wall, it used to be quite unpopular, but now if you look at the latest data, take a look at here. Net support for extending the border wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. Look at this. In term number 1 in 2019, the net support, more people opposed it than supported it. 7 points more opposed it than supported it back in 2019. But look at where we were by 2025. Look at that. there was actually net support for a border wall, or at least extending the border wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. So what we're seeing is, versus term number one, there are more hawkish views in the electorate when it comes to border security in particular. That's why President Trump is on the positive side of the ledger. That's why Republicans are trusted so much more on border security. And when it comes to extending the border wall, you can see more people support it than oppose it, at least in the latest polling that we have. And that is very different from what we saw in term number one. There is a reason why Republicans nationwide are licking their chops, and why there are at least some Democrats who are a little bit worried, because what is true in New York City in a Democratic primary ain't necessarily true nationwide with the general electorate. I mean, just take a look here. Net favorable rating of Democrat Socialists. If you look at Democrats nationwide, look at this. Democrat Socialists are on the positive side of the ledger at plus 17 points. This includes Democratic-leaning independents. But look at all voters. A completely different world. 27 points underwater Democratic Socialists of America are in the net favorable rating. So what are we talking about? A 44-point difference here in the wrong direction when we come to Democratic Socialists of America, jumping from being pretty popular among Democrats to being not popular at all among all voters.
What about just the word socialist or socialism? How's that doing?
Yeah, okay. So, one of the trends that we have seen is among Democrats, socialism has become more popular over the last decade and a half. But what about the rest of the electorate? And this, I think, gives the game away right here.
Now, I think here is where I'm going to chime in. The term socialism. I think that this was not necessarily, or I know this is not actually a term that is a positive term for Americans, regardless of what it means. Just like communism will never be a positive term to Americans, socialism will never really be a positive term for the majority of Americans. Why? Because we have grown up, where these terms have been vilified, obviously, for different reasons. Not one unilateral reason. There's a lot of different reasons for it, right? And it's not healthy to generalize. But number one, the Cold War. The United States was in a Cold War for a long time, right, against communists. And what were communists? They were people, socially. What is socialism? We see it in its Puritan form. When we think about socialism and communism, we see it in their Puritist form, like what someone else did in a specific time and their version, their extreme version of something, right? And here's the example. When we talk about Europe with universal health care, when we talk about NATO, all other NATO nations, our allies, the ones that we're actually in a security agreement with to save our lives and to save their lives, the people we claim to be socially more closest to, Western civilization. When we talk about Western civilization in every other country outside of the U.S. who has universal health care, who has universal education, right? We kind of flip-flop. When we want to demonize them, we call them socialists. But the truth of the matter is that also when we want to demonize them, we never call them what they are, capitalist nations. NATO nations are capitalist nations. When we want to demonize them, we call them socialists. But the truth is that they're capitalist. Their markets are open. They sell and trade openly. They like soda pop and Coca-Cola and McDonald's also. Yeah, they do. You know what I'm saying? A lot of American companies in Europe operating traditionally, always has been, right? Always has been open trade. Now that's been for generations, right? But when we want to demonize them, we demonize them and call them socialists, which they're not, right? They're not really any more socialist than us. It's just the difference in what we use socialism for as a capitalist nation. We in the U.S., we use socialism for the military. That's what we say we will use socialism for, right? We use socialism when it comes to propping up private corporations like SpaceX. We give our taxpayer dollars, right, to give them an advantage, right? Without really turning over much, showing anything for the taxpayer dollars they get. We believe in socialism when it comes to paying Congress. They have health care. They got the best health care on earth. They have their kids go to private schools. They own multiple homes, things like this. We believe in using social welfare to pay them. We believe our tax dollars should go to paying Clarence Thomas, whether you like him or don't. We believe he deserves a better life than the average American, right? We believe in that. We believe in public spending for their benefit specifically, right? But when it comes to the rank and file American having health care or having education, we stop right there with our socialist projects in the United States of America. Are Europeans socialist countries? No, they're not. They're not. Is it a right wing, left wing? No. Right wingers in Europe believe in universal education and universal health care, right? But we do it, right, because our corporations essentially, they want that tax money from the American people instead of every bit. If that money is used on the American people, it's less money for the corporations to scheme and scam off of the American people. That's really what this is about. And Americans have gotten kind of used to that dynamic. So when I look at CNN's reporting right here, I look at it as biased because they're not giving you anything else to compare it with. They're not giving you any cross information to be able to make use of what is really going on with this party. So we know they're going to blanket them and call them socialists, but what they're asking for is not actually socialism, and is definitely not anywhere close to a Puritan form of socialism. Socialism would be everybody gets paid the same salary no matter what. No matter what your performance, no matter what education you have, no matter what your job title is. That would be socialism. That's not what's being proposed in New York. That's not what's being proposed in the Western world. The Western world does not have that. And they have universal health care. It's privatized, even the universal health care, right? What's different is they manage it better. They cap administrative costs because the government actually administrates the private sector healthcare system, right? So it's a mix. You got some government parts of it, like hospitals and things like that, and then you have the private sector that facilitates certain things, right? But it's capped. So that means in a place like Denmark, 5% administrative fees. You get service, but you don't get to charge 30% of a fee on your fee on top of the service cost. That's the difference. And we're calling them socialists when they're in a capitalistic nation, you know? So I think Americans are pretty much being duped here. When you hear this conversation, we have less representation than any other Western country. If you could even remove the socialism thing, forget healthcare, forget universal education that exists in every other Western country except the United States. Let's remove them. Well, you still have less representation per person in your own parliament. Why is that? Why do you have at best half representation? You have half the representation in your parliament than a European citizen has, at best. At worst, 30 to 40 times less. One representative for 1 million people. That one representative cannot know what the lifestyle of all those millions of people are. You're just at a disadvantage mathematically. Okay? In terms of the work that has to be done, you're at a disadvantage. Europeans might see their representative in their grocery store. Americans will never see their representative. That person doesn't come to your neighborhood, won't even show up. And if they show up, it's one day. You know what I'm saying? And then they out of there for the rest of the year. Yeah. What do you think about CNN's description here of, what socialism is and the word socialism, how it triggers people?
It's aligned with the corporatist view, right?
Yeah.
When we speak on, obviously, the main reason why America and these corporations have labeled socialism in such a wide, obtuse lens is because of, point blank simple, workers' rights, right? Workers' rights. The more rights you have, the harder it is to displace you and replace you with something that's more profitable, right? These companies inherently live by profit margin, right? Year over year, they're answering to their stakeholders, and their stakeholders respond to profit margin. And so, when we look at socialist policies, really the fundamental values are for more worker mobility, workers' rights, and affordability, right? Because that's what it means to have affordability, right?
Right.
You have a stable job. That job has a pension, right? You can move forward without the fear of being replaced. You can get sick without your job being threatened, right? You can take maternity leave or paternity leave without your job being threatened. You're entitled to more days off, right? Without your job being threatened. So, CNN just has the corporatist view. And of course, they want to play some sort of, devil's advocate when it comes to the perspective or view on workers or just, the American people and how they see socialism, right? Instead of using that as a teaching moment to show them what are social policies versus socialism,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
They didn't, right?
Yeah.
They just went along with the rhetoric and said, "Oh, look." But they also did say, I will give them credit. They said exactly what I said. Progression looks different in every state,
True.
right? What's progressive here in New York isn't necessarily progressive in your other states. They may not
Facts.
value that in terms of progression, right?
Yeah,
And this is where your representatives
But
come
they
into
don't even
play
hear that.
so they can have a pulse.
They don't even carry that talking point from Democratic Socialists. They don't carry that point over. They make it sound like they're saying that for you to run under that banner, it has to be specific to what happened in New York. That
exactly.
Even though the country has different problems according to the region that it's in.
And I mean, and even not necessarily problems, because I think the problems plague everyone the same, right?
Yeah.
I think it's what those constituents see as their main problem.
Yeah, their main.
Right?
What
I
are the
think
biggest
affordability-
issues? Exactly.
Yeah, because
true.
as they showed, healthcare is the main issue, right? Affordable healthcare is a topic that every single one of them, every single one of Americans complain about. But
Exactly. And look at this. Look, affordable health care, what does that mean? That means to every person, it is something they can access reasonably. Without it harming their current standing. Very simple. That's what affordable means. So whether it's socialist or whether it's capitalist, it doesn't make a difference. Why don't you have a plan to make sure? Why don't you go out to American citizens and see the richest one, what works for them, the poorest ones, what works for them, and make sure they all get the same health care? Why can't you do that in a capitalist way? It's because you don't even want to do it for your own citizens. That's really what this is about. So they meander through trying to, it has to be called this, it's called that. Now we don't want it because it's called socialist. Right. The truth is they don't want to provide health care. They don't want health care to be affordable for American citizens. They want people to die when they have a health crisis. They want you to work, pay taxes, support the capitalist, because the capitalists are going to get part of your tax dollars, right? They want you to pay for the military, right? They want you to pay for Hakeem Jeffries. They want you to pay for MAGA Mike Johnson's health care and their lifestyle. They want you to pay for Clarence Thomas's health care. But they don't want you, those same people won't fight for you to have the same health care. You go to work to give them the health care that works for them, and they don't even want to find a way for you to access health care. I mean, what type of American votes for that shit, bro?
The uninformed, the uneducated,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, what's the
And
word for that?
uneducated
It's because it's
you know,
crazy.
the ignorant American, right? You're ignorant. And when I mean ignorant to the nuances of how you can obtain healthcare and should be advocating for healthcare, and also holding your constituents accountable, right? Like, where is the legislation, even in red states, right? Where are your House reps coming up with a cohesive plan, right? They hate Obamacare, but can't give another cohesive plan as to what they value or what is a comprehensive plan when it comes to healthcare, right?
And how many years have they been boo-hooing in the name Obama, but couldn't provide something better? How many years?
Since its inception, since Obamacare's inception, right? Since the inception of Obamacare, they have been complaining about it, but they haven't been able to give a cohesive plan to replace it. If you want it replaced, give a replacement. But the replacement is going to consist of you disenfranchising your own constituents and possibly forever losing your party.
And let me ask you, data-wise, What are the top 5 states with the most people who have no accessible health care, who don't have any health care insurance? What are the top 5 states?
Texas, Tennessee, Wyoming, not necessarily Wyoming, Tennessee, Louisiana, and Florida.
Red states.
I'm not sure which order.
Yeah.
But they're all red states.
The top 5, and that's a lot of goddamn people. The top 5 states that have people most uninsured are red states. And yet, for some reason, the people that vote for them don't care. That is, I'm sorry, no one else can live with that standard. You got to live with that standard on your own. If you want that for you in your taxes, you go right ahead. But the rest of us that want to make sense and want to be part of the Western world and want to know what living in a Western society is like and maintain a Western values, we don't want that shit that those red states are doing for their people in healthcare. Like, we don't want that. We can do better. If you want to give us the opportunity to lead, we can definitely do better because we have better examples coming from the Western world already working. Yeah, and it's crazy, man. It is insane. You know what? Now check this out. You wanted to say one more thing? I was going to go over to go ahead.
No, I just obviously wanted to state the 5 states with the highest uninsured rates. It's Texas, Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, and Wyoming. Yeah, so I was right. But
you were right.
They're all red states. And I think what they, ignorance is bliss to an extent, right? And I wish that even as red as you are, as conservative as you are, right, that they get to understand what a comprehensive plan looks like when it comes to healthcare, whether that's the expansion of Medicaid, whether that's, another reiteration of Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act, but they feed so much into rhetoric that they wouldn't understand a comprehensive plan, even if it was given to them, right? They would still deny it as some sort of socialist movement. Right. And I think that's the sad part, because they can agree that, healthcare is unaffordable, right? And it's not a coincidence that these, red states lead the country in healthcare, uninsured healthcare, right? Yeah. People who are uninsured. And that's where it just speaks to the unaffordability of healthcare, right? Something that should be a right. Housing should be a right, healthcare should be a right, and education should be a right. And when you have those things, you have a better quality of life, a stronger middle income, better worker rights, and that allows for our government to extract more taxes from us. It benefits our government. The initial payment will definitely be outweighed by the strengths of the growing population, growing healthy population, growing healthy educated population, right? Yeah. Especially in a growing AI world where computers are becoming the norm. And I would hope that red, blue, progressive, non-progressive, that they would understand and they advocate for that. And when you look into a constituent and when you look into voting, look for those policies and ask them. You should be able to ask your representatives, or look for representatives who at least have some sort of cohesive plan. Right, something. But yeah, Go ahead, V.
Yeah, I'm going to move over. I want to see what they had to say. Let me read some of the comments before I go over to the next bit. Let's see here. Miss Z says universal health care would stop the capitalist pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies from having access to their sky-high profits. Yeah, exactly. They're robbing people. Listen, if you don't know what other countries pay for health care and how it's managed, how do you know you have the best if you have nothing to compare it to? I mean, look, people are leaving the United States and going to other countries to get health care because it's more affordable. The moment you have that happening in big numbers, and the moment you have big numbers, a big percentage of Americans not even having health care because they can't afford it, you've already failed. It's just that simple. Americans that can't afford health care are actually paying taxes. Money is taken from their salary to go to people who can afford it. People who can't afford health care in the United States are already subsidizing other Americans' health care. That's wrong. That means you have a broken system. Why should a person who can't afford the deductible be paying taxes towards someone else's health care who can afford the deductible? Why? Please hop up on the panel and explain it, right? Just explain it. It's just a basic question. And the reason why I'm asking people to hop up is because I want to be able to talk to you, hear your voice, and I want to be able to ask you a question in real time, not have people hide, So here it is. What you have right now in the United States is a broken system. That's what it is. You have poor and middle class people paying for upper middle class and wealthy people's health care. That's what you got right now. You don't have poor and middle class people even able to afford their own form of health care. You're just not doing it. And the poor and the middle class pay for Hakeem Jeffries and MAGA Mike Johnson's and Clarence Thomas's health care. They pay for their private home. They pay for their housing. They pay for their kids' private schools through tax dollars. Sorry, the tax system, the tax code in the United States of America is broken. American citizens are only 1 foot off the British slave plantation of whatever the indentured servitude and slavery. Only 1 foot off of it. When you compare it to other Western nations in terms of democracy have vastly exceeded the level of democracy in the United States of America. Americans have at best half the parliamentary representation per person than any other Western country. At worst, 30 times less, 40 times less the actual political representation for their tax dollars. American citizens, at best, only 45% of the taxes they pay go to things that directly impact their life. As soon as you leave the United States of America and go to any other Western country, the amount of taxes that directly impact your life jump up to 60%. And in some other Western capitalistic countries, it's as high as 70, some say 75%. Americans are treated the worst by their own government. And hey, if that's your future, if that's your life, people are just going to laugh at you. That's all it's going to be. And you may not hear the laugh, but they'll be laughing when they're on their 5-week vacation and you ain't. Because that's what I have living outside of the U.S. All right. My 5 weeks paid vacation. OK, my union job and my health care. My kids go to school and get paid to go to school. You don't want that for your tax dollars? Hey, buddy, if you say that it won't work, it's impossible. Oh, okay. All right, buddy. Good. It's impossible for you. I'm glad that it's possible for me and I'm living it out. Thank you very much, Denmark. Now let's close out on this little clip here.
That should be a poll in the chat. How many people have 5 weeks vacation?
Yeah. Let me do that right now. Yeah, let's do that since the chat is open again.
They don't.
People are going to be lying their ass off. And tell us what state you live into and who's your healthcare provider. Do you have? I just came back from Spain, spending a 1 week down in Spain with my kids and the mama. Let's see here. Do you have 5 weeks vacation? Do you have 5 weeks paid vacation? Paid vacation. We know trolls lie, so So let's see here. Yeah, we're talking about Americans. So if you're not Americans, you don't have to fill out the poll. Do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked like, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I want to thank my viewers. I got this year, just in the last year, I think I got 8,000. Before this last year, I had 2,000 subscribers. In the last year, because of a lot of good people, I got over 10,000 now. I appreciate you all. Thanks so much for just doing that for us, not even for me, for the conversation, because the conversation is real. Now, let's see here. For people that don't know and don't regularly watch my program, I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C., born in 1970, born in Freedman's Hospital, now called Howard University Hospital. My family, my parents on both sides go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man with my kids, I live in Denmark, great country of Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark. And I'm sharing data regularly from the United States and data from the EU regularly. I'm doing comparative study here live on this program. And I often criticize legacy media, whether it's right or whether it's left, for not being so, for not really providing the information and letting the American people make the choices themselves. I criticize left and right media in the United States for kind of playing the corporate greed game, you know, and getting the tax benefits while not informing American citizens to what things are truly like outside of the United States of America. Now, feel free to challenge me on any of the data points that I bring up, and feel free to hop up. Come on now, get busy. Feel free to hop up. You know, what is it? Because my view is like, if you hide, then maybe you don't even believe what you're saying. Why should I believe you that you believe what you're saying when you hide? Why should I? I don't. I don't. If you disagree with me from the chat and you have an anonymous, you're unidentified and anonymous account, I don't believe you disagree with me. But if you hop up and let me hear your voice and we can have a one-on-one, maybe I will. There you have it. You could prove to other people that you're actually who you say you are. You're an American citizen and you really care. Come, let's prove how much you know. Prove how much you know. Be brave. Stand on it and give me the opportunity to ask you a spontaneous question while everyone listens to how you respond. Let's do the game like that. Is that fair? I think it's fair. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's fair. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's unfair. I think it's fair. So I'm going to put 1 in the chat. I don't know how else you do this. What is it? You know what I'm saying? I don't know how else you do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Feel free to hop on up and participate in the conversation. Now, look, somebody says Denmark has some of the highest household debt in the world. What are you talking about? Where'd you get that data from? Hop on up. Where's your source? That doesn't even make any sense. If you know anything about Denmark, you would understand why that doesn't make any sense. But you don't, apparently. Yeah. But if you want to talk about the U.S., what are they talking about, man? People just this person is obviously a troll, man. They don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Yeah. But anyway, hop on up. Let me put the link in the chat again. I'm gonna be here 10 more minutes. Okay. Panel is open. That should be enough time for you to be able to hop up. 10, 15 more minutes. Just say I'm hopping up. Let people know, and we'll wait for you. Okay. Now let's look. There's some things changing in the Democratic Party. Right. And of course, rightfully so, at the top of the conversation that's going on is Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer's name come up because they are the whips of each party, you know, the minority whips. They're the minority whips in the Congress. Schumer is the minority whip in the Senate. That means they're the head of their caucus in their particular prospective houses, right? The Senate and the Congress, right? Now, or the other way around. Yeah. But Hakeem is the minority whip in Congress. Schumer is the minority whip in the Senate. The reason why they're called the minority whip is because they have the minority voting majority. They are not the majority party. MAGA Mike Johnson is the majority whip. That means he's more powerful as a majority whip. A majority whip of the Republican caucus, the majority party, has more power to do things. Although the minority whip can do a lot still with the help of some of the other party. If one, just like you saw the Epstein files discharge petition get done with only like 3 or 4 Republicans signing onto it. Well, you know, you can do those things. You can navigate around the House, you know. Actually, I think that was done by who did the minority whip play a role in that at all?
In what? In
the discharge petition?
Yeah, I mean,
what role does the minority whip have in it? I'm just curious about that.
A few others.
Okay.
Well,
they supported it. They supported it.
It was proposed. And then eventually it got overwhelming support. Initially, it didn't. Initially, almost all Republicans were against it.
Yeah.
But then after Trump said, you know, he's okay with releasing it, then the majority of the Republicans ended up aligning with the minority to release it. It had majority vote regardless. So even if Trump didn't want it,
So
at the end it ended up getting the majority vote.
So the role in that was that the minority whip would go to his caucus, the other representatives, and say, "Hey, all of us need to support this discharge petition. Everybody better do it." Right? He could kind of twist their arm, right?
Yep.
To get those votes because they needed those signatures. So Hakeem Jeffries, or if you want to give him credit in that, all of the Democrats signed the discharge petition, but they still didn't have enough because they were the minority. They needed 4 more. So they needed, because they're the minority party, they needed 4 Republicans to hop over, or 2 or 3, something like that. And then they finally got that, right? And then now you see the little bit of that you see of the Epstein files is because of that discharge petition. But just to give people an example, because a lot of people don't know how the U.S. Congress and Senate work, in real terms. But that's how it works, right? So since democratic socialists have become popular to the people that have some real knowledge about what that means in American terms, and not in some other history book, some other time, some other place. In the United States, democratic socialism essentially means what every other Western country, capitalistic country, already has. So just so people don't get scared, that's what it means. Okay. And they use the term in Europe, it's called social democracy. Right. And then there's some parties that call themselves socialists that support that. But this is not left or right policy in Europe. This is left, right, center. All parties agree with this. All sides agree with this. Right wing, left wing, center, all agree on universal health care, universal education in Europe. This is why they have more people educated than in the United States. This is why they have a better quality of life. This is why they have all the things that Americans don't have, and Americans bitch about not having every fucking day and can't make a decision on how to get it. Americans bitch about life in general. They bitch about foreigners. They bitch about the wage. They bitch about the gas. They bitch about the price of food. They bitch about, and then when you give them a solution for it, they say, "Oh no, but I don't want that solution." So Americans are expert bitches, basically, right? They don't have solutions. You know what I mean? And thank God I don't live in the United States as an American citizen, because I don't want to be held back by a bunch of bitches. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn, I want people to do shit rationally and to make a difference. And thank God I live in the great country of Denmark, because they do get things done and they do care about their people, right? I would say that. I give Danes that 100%. They care about their society more than Americans care about their society. I'm talking about the leadership. The leadership of Denmark cares about its society more than the American leadership cares about its society. And of course, what is the society? It's people, right? So you don't have all day to bitch in Europe. You better get active or they vote you out. They have more political representation per person. They have more parliamentary representation per person, right? You might have an average Europe representative might represent 170,000 people. The average one in the U.S., one representative might represent 1 million people, something like that. The data is so far off in terms of democracy, right? But having said that, something new has come into it. That's democratic socialist. We plan on having a conversation about what it really means over here so that you don't get misinformed. Very simple. Fox News might misinform you. CNN might misinform you. MS might neglect to mention certain things. You know, then the trolls on the internet that don't even want to hop up on a panel, but, you know, spend a half an hour and shit in somebody's chat and don't even want to subscribe. They're going to confuse you about the issue. You know, they're going to hide and be anonymous and unidentified. Me, I'm not going to go the anonymous and unidentified way. I'm going to stand on what I say, and I want everybody to know who I am while I'm doing it, because it's just the facts. So having said that, let's see what's going on here with this situation with Schumer. People have been criticizing Schumer, who is the majority whip of the Senate for the Democrats. Minority whip of the Senate for the Democrats right now. Was the majority whip. Yeah, Schumer's been getting criticized for quite some time by Democrats. Yeah, and we know who those Democrats are. It's public. So let's take a look and see what it sounds like.
Democratic discontent. People in the party not so happy with the party, including its leaders. Listen to Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
We need new leadership in the White House, the House, and the Senate, and on both sides of the aisle. That includes Democrats. If people can't understand that the game has fundamentally changed and they can't adapt, then they need to let others lead.
With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Etten. That's pretty direct there. We need new leadership in the Senate, says a Democratic senator. They have a Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, right?
They have a Democratic leader in the Senate in Chuck Schumer, but I think Alyssa Slotkin is channeling Democratic voters on this one because it's no longer the overall electorate that doesn't like Chuck Schumer. Look at this change among Democrats themselves. Chuck Schumer's net favorable rating with Dems now versus the last time Democrats were going for that Senate majority. In early 2020, look at this. Chuck Schumer was 40 points above water, very much on the positive side of the ledger with Democrats. Look at this. Look at this change. This is nuts. Johnny B off on the side going, my goodness gracious. Now he's a point underwater with Democrats. Chuck Schumer isn't unpopular overall. He is that. He's not just that. He's actually not popular with Democrats. Alyssa Slotkin, who's a moderate Democrat, her comments not coming out of left field.
Again, to be clear, this is among Democrats.
This is among Democrats where Chuck Schumer is struggling.
All right, how's he doing among Democrats in New York, his home state?
Yeah, you think that this number is bad. What about here in his home state of New York? I tell you, these numbers scream primary challenge 2 years from now. Look at this. Okay, New York Dems who view Chuck Schumer favorably. Again, in early 2020, it was 75%, 3 in 4 Democrats. Now it is less than half. Less than half of Democrats in Chuck Schumer's home state of New York, 47% who view him favorably. This is part of a larger picture in which Democrats are turning against their leadership. They are specifically turning against Chuck Schumer. He is actually underwater nationally with Democrats. And even in his own home state of New York, the Empire State, he can't even reach 50% favorable rating with Democrats.
One of the ways this has manifested itself over the last few weeks is a little bit of a leftward lurch and a rise of progressive Democrats, Democratic Socialists. We have primaries in Colorado tomorrow, and the potential for some surprises there. I should tell people the incumbent Republican Senator Michael Bennet, incumbent Democratic Senator
I know it's so
Michael
difficult
Bennet
because the numbers are so bad.
I was trying to say the R is running for governor there, and I think a lot of people thought that Bennet would go from the Senate to the governor's mansion pretty easily.
Yeah, that's what the thought was. He was leading in all the early polls, but he had a challenger in Phil Weiser, the attorney general in that state. And look at how these odds have changed. Look at how these odds have changed. Michael Bennet at the beginning of this month, look at this, 82% chance to win according to the Kalshi prediction market. Phil Weiser, just a 21% chance. These numbers have totally flip-flopped. Now it is Phil Weiser who's actually the favorite heading in tomorrow. Michael Bennet, who of course is a longtime senator from the great state of Colorado, is an underdog running for governor. This is how toxic the Democratic brand in Washington, D.C. is, and Chuck Schumer in particular.
And there's a 30-year Democratic incumbent, Diane DeGette, who could be in some trouble there.
It could be in trouble. She is in trouble. I mean, this could be another one for the Democratic Socialists. Look at this. The chance that Mila Kuros is the Dem nominee for Colorado won. Again, at the beginning of the month, it was 41%. Now it is a 78% chance that another Democratic Socialist knocks off an incumbent. Another Democratic Socialist wins a House primary on the Democratic side. The Democratic Socialist number is rising on the Democratic side on the House of Representatives in large part because the Washington, D.C. Democratic brand is toxic, not just with voters overall, but with the Democratic base in particular. It is a whole new world, and we'll likely see that tomorrow in Colorado as well. Of course, we'll just have to wait and see.
Stay tuned, more on this to come.
The populism movement that helped give rise to Trump and MAGA is now apparently taking over the Democratic Party establishment. Liberals are in shock after a wave of wins by socialists all across America, whether in mayoral races or in House primaries.
Understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. I'm done. I'm not in a political party.
Socialists are socialists. They should form their own party. They try to crash our party, the Democratic Party.
We have literally found ourselves in a situation where we just don't have people who understand the moment and understand what leadership means.
It is one of those moments where it feels like, we're in the shoehorn phase of this thing where all of the plot lines are converging. And it's also at the same time upside down world in which, Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly are throwing Trump under the bus.
Now let's chime in right there. Let me see here. So they're saying that this is a MAGA moment for the Democratic Party, essentially, right? The same type of movement that hit Republicans, the Republican Party, where it went extreme right, quote unquote extreme right. Now they're saying that this is comparable to that in the shift left, right, in the Democratic Party. And I also think it's interesting. She mentioned, who did she mention here? Let's talk about these people. Candace Owens.
And where it feels like, we're in the shoehorn phase of this thing where all of the plot lines are converging. Right. And it's also at the same time upside down world in which, Tucker Carlson and
Tucker Carlson. These are people that supported Trump. These are people that are responsible for Trump being elected. These are podcasters. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all these right-wing people that supported Trump in the beginning. Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. He's dead now due to a person that where was it? What state was that in? Was that Ohio? Coming from who knows? Because the person, we don't know what's going on. I haven't heard much about his case since that. Maybe I need to follow up on it. But in any case, in a country where Charlie Kirk said himself that, innocent people being killed from guns is just the price you have to pay for the Second Amendment. And then he was killed, make it make sense. But yeah, that was Charlie Kirk. He was a supporter of Trump. He helped get Trump, Turning Point USA helped get Trump elected, and then Trump turned his back on him. So there's a lot of right wingers that stood by Trump's side and then found out that Trump betrayed them. Right. Now what's happening is on the left. It's happening even fast because the Democrats sometimes I think like, wow, you guys are, weak in a sense, because just because you just see something happening among the people where the people are saying you're not doing enough about healthcare, you're not doing enough about fair housing, you're not doing enough about a living wage, you're not doing enough about the basic fundamental Western society things that everyone in every other Western capitalistic country understands. You're not doing those things. So you're headed more towards a third world country when you don't have Western values, when you don't care about every citizen having the same access to healthcare, when you don't care about every citizen having the same access to education. You're not having Western values anymore. And so when these people say that, all of a sudden, what's this guy? He just flipped out. When people start talking about fair housing and education, listen to this shit, bro.
And these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. I'm done.
They may not be Democrats, but what they are is more Western than the centrist Democrats are. He may not call them Democrats, but they're more Western than the Republican Party is. The Republican Party believes poor and middle class people should pay for other people's health care while they don't have access to the same health care. Yo, Mike, what you think about this? This is crazy. He's running. This is Carwell's running, man. He's like, I'm out of this party. What? For values? For having democratic values? What the hell?
I think it's a false comparison to compare the MAGA movement to the DSA movement, right? And, I could give perfect examples. Who are the talking heads that represent the DSA in the left atmosphere that are public figures? I'll wait.
Right.
Oh, wait, where are the Joe Rogans of the DSA? Where are the Candace Owens of the DSA? Where are the Charlie Kirks of the DSA? They don't exist.
Right.
They don't exist because it's an organic movement that was birthed in the response to MAGA in terms of people waking up to what true socialist policies in a capitalistic society and how it can benefit the people.
Right.
Right? Where are my tax dollars going? And if they aren't going to the things that matter to me, like healthcare, education, and childcare, then they should be. And let's
Right.
redirect that spending, right? Accountability through transparency, and accountability through social welfare. Right? The welfare of myself, my kids, and my society in the form of healthcare, housing, and childcare and education. Right. So when we speak on that, I think that's what, that's where you get from, legacy media, right? Where they try to play this centrist attitude of, oh, this is the shoehorn of politics. We have the MAGA movement, and now we have this socialist movement.
And look at this guy. His name's James Carville, right? Well, guess who pays for his health care? The poor and the lower middle class pay for his health care, and they can't even access the health care he has. That's who pays for it. How is that fair? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe the poor and the middle class should pay for the upper middle class and the upper class's welfare while they don't have the same access to the very thing they pay for out of their paychecks. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's fair. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's unfair. I'm just curious about what people think.
What? How did the last poll go? How many people have 5 weeks paid vacation?
71% don't have it. I have it. I have it. I'm about to take another one pretty soon with my kids. You know what I'm saying?
You just told me 2/3, right? So almost 75% of individuals don't have that, right? 75%, right? So think about that, right? Only 25 or a little bit over, just 25%, if we can give or take.
Look at this.
Actually have that.
Chris Hansen says that it is fair for the lower class to pay for the upper class's health care and not have access to the same health care. I mean, but this is how obnoxious greedy Americans have gotten. This is how obnoxious it is. They just throw it out there like, that. I'm sorry, that's oppression. That's akin to slavery.
Yeah.
That's akin to servitude. And it's not even left wing. It's supposed to be something right wingers agree with. All American citizens should have the same access to health care. All American citizens should have the same access to education. That should not be a left or right thing. That should be center. That should be center.
Sure.
That's called patriotism. That's called caring about your people. That's called caring about citizens. I didn't say should immigrants. Even in Denmark, there's limits to the access to all the rights you get. Denmark, a resident doesn't necessarily get all the access to education, right? They might get some. They might get limited. It depends on what type of immigrant, how long they've been living in the society. You may not get the same access to unemployment. It depends on how long you've been living there, too. There's some nuances. But generally speaking, the average person is getting all those things, right? And I just think it's sad to know that my own countrymen we're the ones that care the least amount for our own people. There's no patriotism. There's very little patriotism among Americans, and the world is finding that out, and they're watching, and they're just saying, okay, well, we know what to expect from you now, because if you're not proud of your own people, if you're not proud of your own citizens, if you don't stand by your own citizens, why would you stand by anybody else? How can anyone else rely on you? I mean, you're shifty towards your own people. Danes aren't shifty towards their own people. Norwegians aren't shifty towards their own people. It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said patriotism. That means nationalism. But what's nationalism without health care? You don't even have health. Who's your health care provider? What state do you live in? What's nationalism? What the fuck? What's it? So what is citizenry if it's not national? I mean, what is that? I don't understand it, man. What is nationalism when you have the least amount of parliamentary representation of all Western people? What's nationalism then? What is that? I don't understand it. You're at the bottom. Even you nationalists are at the bottom. Don't you get that? You are, if you are in the United States of America, nationalists, non-nationalists, Democrats, Republicans, independents, gays, heterosexuals, blacks, whites, you are treated the worst out of any other people in the Western world by their own government. Don't you get that through your thick goddamn head? Like, what is wrong with you?
And
like, yeah.
Patriotism and nationalism are sometimes obviously used interchangeably, but they're definitely different. They're different words. They're different. They're not synonyms, right? They often rhyme, but they're two different words, right? Like, you know, patriotic in terms of nationalism.
Yeah, people like to
Nationalism
flip
has
them
more-
around. Yeah. Well,
yeah, nationalism is more like tied to culture, linguistics, ethnic
Well-
background, right? Where patriotism kind of unifies people under democratic and like civil
Right.
principles, right?
Exactly.
Where you know your civil rights, you're like, okay, that's more patriotic, right? Where when you're anti-LGBT rights or trans rights, that's more of a nationalism thing. Or when you're
Well-
like, America can only speak English, that's where right? Like you try to lean more towards your founding fathers and that time of framework. That's where nationalism,
Yeah.
you know, that's also the banner under where the Confederate flag is flown under, right? They consider that a form of nationalism in certain parts of America.
RD, did you subscribe yet? RD, did you subscribe yet? RDR, did you subscribe yet, man? Did you learn from your last mistake? But in any case, he says or she says,
indeed.
I don't know if it's a he or she. It doesn't matter. But I ain't a nationalist. I'm a socialist. And then he says nationalist does have health care. Look at Europe. No, listen, let me make a complete sentence here. In Europe, nationalists, non-nationalists, left, extreme right, center, all agree with universal health care and universal education. That's what I'm saying. It's not a
And that
left
allows
or
them
right
to be
issue.
more patriotic.
Yeah, it allows them all to be more patriotic. You know, but they
Wherever
don't.
individual country they come from,
Yeah.
they can advocate for it because they
Yeah.
have those rights that are
Exactly.
associated with their country.
The parties that support universal health care largely are not nationalist, but nationalists also in Europe support it. So that's a complete statement. You see what I mean? Where the data backs up, you know. Yeah, all Europeans are not nationalists and the majority are not nationalists, but the nationalists agree with universal health care along with the centrists and along with the left wing, you see, with the left party. So in any case, just to make sure that Americans get the proper information, you know what I mean? Because small things do matter, you know. Yeah, it's
And
important
V,
to understand it. Yeah.
to give you context, James Carville, he's ran several presidential campaigns, right? One
Right.
was John Kerry, Hillary Clinton in 2008, Michael Bennet 2020. And guess his partner, if you could guess, what do you think his partner does? And what do you think, what party do you think she aligns with?
I'm guessing she's Republican now.
Baby,
The way you
yes,
asked
of
it.
course.
The way you asked the
She's a
question.
libertarian. She is an open libertarian
Yeah.
Republican.
He's sleeping with a
right? This is his
Republican. How dare him?
long-term partner, right?
He's having
And so
pillow
when we
talk.
look at his views, exactly, when we look at his views, do we think that has no, and look at who he represented, right? Very established Democrats who run on capitalistic and corporation interest, right?
He's sleeping with the enemy.
That his commentary it doesn't have an effect on that, right? His personal life has nothing to do with how he views social democrats and
look,
what they mean, right?
I wonder.
I guess not.
Exactly. I wonder if his wife turned the flag upside down when the Jan 6 happened. You know, before Jan 6, right? Did she do that? You know, this guy, man, he just played himself.
I'm sure
man.
his wife is lamenting and loving the fact that libertarianism or the neo-libertarianism that's happening now is at an all-time high.
Yeah,
right? She's loving the stock market reaching all-time highs while we don't have healthcare and we struggle with healthcare and affordability in housing, right? And so, that goes to show when we do see like legacy media, right? They put these individuals on the microphone and on the public stage to give the most centrist commentary they can, right? That benefits neither the left or the right, right? That only benefits the viewing of the corporations, right? Because when we look at that, like I said, a lot of the MAGA movement came from grifting, right? Seeing the money that came along with the rhetoric of promoting MAGA, right? The merchandise, right? The cult following, where the DSA doesn't have a cult following, right? Again, you can't look at the DSA and give 5 names that are public figures that are talking heads for the Democratic Party, right? You just can't. The Joe Rogans don't exist. Again, the Joe Rogans don't exist. The Candace Owens, they don't exist on the DSA level, right? This is a natural grassroots from the ground of the people movement, and they can't accept that. Centrist Democrats themselves, forget the right. The right, we're going to call them commies and socialist and Cuba and Venezuela. They're going to call them that, right? And atheists, in the words of Trump, they're going to call them that. But when we circle back to within their own party, we have these individuals calling them the biggest, also a threat to your regular Democrats, right? Not mind you, and comparing them to the MAGA movement instead of highlighting the positives and the things that come along with the growth of the movement of the DSA. And it's funny because you would assume that they would embrace the DSA, at least in the slightest, right? And when we look at the DSA, probably the most prominent figure right now is Mamdani, when the longest visible member has been AOC. Right? She's been the longest visible member, but because Mamdani has been so polarizing, he's now associated with the face of the DSA, right?
Yeah.
And we the DSA movement doesn't have any Joe Rogans or any Candace Owens or Charlie Kirks, because if it did, it'd be a whole lot more popular.
Yo,
right?
bro,
It'd be a
exactly.
whole lot more
Oh man, yo, you so
Trump would probably try to arrest them based on Antifa laws, right? Like he'd try to arrest them as soon as possible. But yeah.
People trusted Joe Rogan because they thought he was a liberal, right? That he made some of the right wing talking points seem feasible. And but the truth is that they're not. But he popularized a lot of those misnomers out there, right? And it's the same thing. All of them ate their own foot, at the end of the day. Dog eat dog. They actually ended up having to say, damn, why did we vote for Trump? Even though Joe Rogan doesn't give a damn because he's a libertarian, he likes to play left and right when it suits him. But the truth is he only cares about his own pockets. He doesn't care about the average American. You could be a poor white American, and if you're poor, you're just poor. That's how it is, right? Now, I just think you're absolutely on point when you talk about the help, the podcasting circuit. We don't have those superstars out there that are selling these talking points for the left. They're not helping the left transcend, into a new or reform its politics. It's not there. It's up to people's own abilities. Whereas the right, they have these people helping them along, but they're getting paid to do that, man. They're getting paid. They're being set up on the right to do that. That's all big money. The left, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of big money promoting podcasts. They don't do that. They came late to the game. The Democratic Party came late to the podcasting game, and it cost them the last election. They're running late right now, and it's going to cost them, because even though it's easy to get popular when Republicans run everything and are running amok and fucking up everything, that's easy to get popular. The question is, what are you going to do with your newfound popularity? What are you actually going to achieve with it? And I'm just I'm gonna see. We're gonna see, man. But everyone has to do their part. It's not about complaining. That's why I'm here. I've been here. I don't know how many podcasts I've had in the last year. I think it's got to be, what is that? 5 times 4. What's 5 times 4, right? So there it is. I mean, you have that. Then that's times 12. I mean, how many podcasts is that a month? There it is. You see? So yeah, that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I don't know. It's going up on it. The last 2 years is going up on thousands, but we need more people that are out there that aren't typical, more people that feel okay to speak, that understand they don't have to be perfect to speak. Joe Rogan is not perfect. Candace Owens is not perfect. They fucked up. Charlie Kirk was not perfect. He died. And he spread a lot of lies. These people weren't perfect, but they did enough to get Trump elected. They all ended up saying, damn, what did we do? Nick Fuentes, popular, big. What did he do? He admitted the liberals were right. In the end, right-wing podcaster, admitted, he wasn't even forced to admit it. He was just like being real. He's like, damn, I care about my country enough to just say the liberals were right, after Trump has just betrayed all of them. So, but again, for Democrats, that's not good enough. It's not going to be good enough that people that voted for Trump have a reckoning and say, yeah, Trump was a bad decision. What are you going to offer Americans? Not just Democrats. What are you going to offer Americans? Do Americans care about a living wage in red states? Do they care about housing in red states? Do they care about childcare in red states? What do they care about? Because there's going to have to be something for them. Trump is screwed up enough that there's an open lane, not just for blue states, to offer blue states what they need, because blue states are a lot of cities and things like that. So life is different from the rural areas. So some of the nuances are a little different. But what are you going to do to offer people that's going to bring us all together finally? You know what I mean? And I think the Democrats have work to do, because look at Carvel. I mean, this motherfucker doesn't even want somebody addressing housing. How petty is that? That's, again, all Western countries believe in fair housing for their citizens. That's a staple in it. Why does he disagree with it? He's at odds with Western countries. Carvel is. He claimed to say that what Trump was doing was idiot with Ukraine. Man, what are you talking about? The people that picked up the slack for Ukraine all have universal health care, all have housing rights. Everyone in Denmark has has housing rights. Do you know that? Everyone has housing rights. It's not one group of people. It's not left or right. It's not gay or straight. It's not black or white. It's everyone. Everyone has housing rights. Hungary, housing rights. Universal health care. Even Viktor Orban. Housing rights, right wing, even the Putin sycophant. You know what I'm saying? All of them, left and right. I mean, and in the U.S., we're still acting like regular baseline responsibility for taxation, regular baseline taxation for representation is being thrown out of the picture. It's almost like they don't believe taxes come along with representation. They don't believe taxes in the U.S. are supposed to work for everybody that pays them. They're moving far away from what people fought for in the last 100 years, and it's almost like they're moving right back into the king's colonial period, where everyone is either an indentured servant or a slave, where women don't have voting rights and voting rights are limited, while everyone's getting taxed for anything they do. So, yeah, go ahead. I'm out of here, but go ahead.
A lot of people have fallen in love with the ruling class, right? With the upper class, right? The admiration and the idea of dreaming that one day they will be that millionaire or that multi-millionaire. When we can barely hold a middle class together, and America needs to understand that social policies with capitalism creates a strong middle class, and it creates upward mobility in terms of class, right? That's the safest way to create a stable movement in class, right? And they hopefully will educate themselves and understand that affordable housing, affordable healthcare, universal healthcare, even term, well, like we've covered in the past, right? The public option versus the universal option, whichever one you choose to go by, but affordable nonetheless, right? The more
Exactly.
affordable option that will get Americans insured, that will keep Americans working longer, that will keep Americans healthy longer, you know, to keep and again, this is all trickled down, right? When you have people who are able to access healthcare freely, guess what? They become less sick on an often basis, right?
Right.
They are more inclined to live longer, live a healthier life, right? Work longer hours, contribute more tax wise, right? There's so much more nuance to healthcare that people fail to understand, right? And even when it comes to education, right? Those two things would gladly lead to upward mobility. You know, when it comes to classism, you'd be more likely to jump and pay and have mobility when it comes to work options if you had a universal healthcare or a public option in terms of healthcare. If you had,
Right.
you know, universal education, right? The American dream becomes more sustainable, and with a stronger middle class comes more taxes that can benefit everyone.
You know,
Right? With wealth disparity, you get less taxes,
yeah.
and then you find yourself pulling teeth with the millionaires and billionaires, right? But yeah, go ahead. Babe.
Yeah, well, if you're a lower class worker, if you're a lower class person, let's say, and I don't mean lower of the lowest, but let's say middle class and below, right? Your tax dollars, part of your tax dollars is going to Medicaid and Medicare, even if you can't afford to access it, right? So, but you have a job to work at the same time, you know, and your employer may not even offer health care, right? So what happens to your employer when you get sick? How do they keep you healthy? How do they rely on you? And why is it that it's given over, the thing about healthcare is given to the employer? That's only the businesses that can afford to do it. So that right there is some sort of classist system. And then the other thing is, like, in other Western countries, man, like where I work, you know, it doesn't matter if you have not where I work, but where I live. It doesn't matter if you have 2 part-time jobs. If you work full-time hours, you get full-time benefits, period. You see what I mean? There it is right there. It doesn't matter if you work 40 hours, 20 hours here and 20 hours in another place, and you put them together. That's still the way the system works. Is still full-time. In the US, they split you up. You could work 20 hours in one place and 20 hours in another, and because that's considered 2 part-time jobs, you don't get your access, your health care benefits.
Yeah, no,
but you're still paying the taxes into the system.
Yep, that's very true.
It's just oppressive, bro.
And
it's
most
sad.
employers do that on purpose, right? They do it on purpose to not be able to provide you with health care, right? So the burden doesn't come out of the overall cost and profit of these companies. So a lot of companies purposely leave you at part-time or hire more people at part-time because it becomes cheaper for them not to offer you a healthcare option, right?
Yeah, true, man. It's sad. Yeah. I hope Americans give it a chance, give something new a chance. Remember, you gave Trump a chance. Trump was the best friend of Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years when this man was at his most prolific activities: sex trafficking little kids, blackmailing parliamentary members, Congress members, senators, Supreme Court justices, and private corporation CEOs. I mean, that was Trump's best friend while he was doing those things. You gave that man a chance. What excuse do you have to I mean, what is that called? Was Trump a democratic socialist? Was Epstein a democratic socialist? Was anybody who went to Epstein Island a democratic socialist? Or were they all colluding against the American people and the tax system? You tell me, because I haven't heard of one democratic socialist that was on Epstein Island, even associated with Epstein. But I've heard a whole lot of other people that call themselves Republicans and centrist Democrats. So until I hear any different, I suggest people give the argument a chance talk it out, communicate about it, go over the facts, find out what is, works in Western societies versus what hasn't been working. What hasn't been working is in the United States. What, 40 million people don't have access to health care, maybe even more? That's not working. That's called not working. Because a lot of those people's tax dollars go to the very health care they can't even fucking access. That's not working. That's failing. That's taking a failure position in Western societies. That's not taking a leadership position. You're not leading Westerners when it comes to health care. You're not leading Westerners when it comes to education. You're not leading Westerners when it comes to housing, fair housing. You're bringing up the rear. You're the last of the last, and the people feel it. So I hope people, go to the voting booth, vote your ass off. Like we've been saying forever, and every single day, go there, exercise your right to vote before it's taken from you. Because listen, they don't even plan on you being able to do this anymore. Protect your right. Get out there. Get a neighbor out there. Make sure your neighbor, even if your neighbor felt like the system doesn't work, ask them, are you registered to vote? Did you vote in the last election? Well, let's fix that if you didn't. It doesn't matter who you are in the society. If you're an 18-year-old kid and you're a first-time voter, you have the opportunity to be more informed than the average American. Be the adult that the 30 and 40-year-olds don't want to be. Be the one who's informing. Be the one who's informed about the rest of the Western world. Be the one who's informed about the world you live in. Even if it's not the whole world, at least the Western world. Because that will lead you to show you that you have been treated the worst out of all Western people by your own government. That will be a proper start. According to Western societal standards, Americans are treated worse than any other Western people by their own government. That is the start of you making a better decision. But if you don't know that and you don't do that comparative data, you're just going to keep voting for people that don't really even care, So on that note, I'm out. Appreciate you, Michael, for coming up. Everybody give Mike a round of applause. I'm going to put his data in the chat. Go over to his page and subscribe to his page. If you haven't subscribed here, slap yourself. You're petty, Come on now. This conversation is better than a lot of conversations out there on YouTube. Don't be a hypocrite. You've been here. You spent some time. Subscribe, it's for free. Okay. And you're not paying for my health care. I get it anyway. I live in Denmark as an American citizen. So you're not paying for my kids to go to school. Okay. I live in Denmark. That's happening already. So the conversation support me is not killing you. Now, appreciate you, Mike. I'll be out. I see everybody. Everybody. Yeah, indeed. Big up. Let's get rid of Trump. And let's get rid of the other ones that just seem to think that it's okay that American people are treated the worse by their own government than any other Western nation treats their own people. Peace, y'all. We'll see you tomorrow, 18 hours from now. Let's big out. Let's go. See ya. Release the Epstein files. Fuck the American Act first. First American Act. Fuck that. Get out there and vote. Register to vote. See ya.
I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us on boy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentality's so different. when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas. Go figure, it's the card. They call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the sporadic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? Still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. So follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.
Working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this wonder, every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh no, no, no.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One. all is.
From our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over crimes we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that I'm gonna feel mine tonight. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it
wrote this one because I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want
to
love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want
hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God, eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, it's feeling so nice. Much more than reunion and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time with. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love. Love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you.
Just relax.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. LOV you. My GRL. What? It's like that. Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gat, ayo niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie.
The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, without a limit, so wrong.
Sometimes I think how the world come
to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Singles mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist, giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists. They see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods, twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate, understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate, we can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true. And yes, you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold